They have, what, 2 games? And then they...
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. We're coming to you live from Southway Bowl in St. Cloud, Minnesota for the CBA tournament here. This is the first leg of the Locker Guy Bowler to Decades. And joining me, I'm Tom Corbett. Joining me is Jason Hansen, the tournament director, and Matt Payne, our CBA president.
Hello.
So what we got going on right now is we had 47 bowlers today bowl 8 games of qualifying. We took to the top, cut to the top 12. Now they're going 2 more games for seeding purposes only, correct?
Yes. That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Then after that, the top 3 bowlers are already seeded into the stepladder. Bowlers 4, 5, and 6 get a bye, and bowlers 7 through 12 will bowl match play. And once you lose, you're eliminated after that.
Yep. And this 2 games is it's added into what they qualified, right?
Yep. So it's all based on qualifying pinfall carrying forward.
All right.
So we'll tell you who started and or how they finished actually after the qualifying.
47 of us started.
Yeah. And you want to know who they are? Right away. Give Matt a beer, and that's what he talks like. No. Brady Stearns led all qualifying at plus 289. Eric Schott second at plus 190. That means Brady Stearns has like 100 pins advantage. He's probably going to get into the number 1 seed because after these 2 games, he's already seeded at least in the stepladder. Then Josh Kennedy is plus 180. William Jones 4th at 162. Chad Nelson 5th at 150. And Will Matafee 6th at 142. Those 6, besides Brady, who said he was going to probably be in the ladder no matter what, the other one had a chance to get up into the top 3 spots if they bowl well these next 2 games. 6th place is the ever decades bowler Clark Polzer at plus 69 over. Cody Adams, who made his first cut in his first ever tournament, I believe, bowling, he was plus 66. Zach Simino made his first ever cut, and he had a stretch where he had 250, 250, 2-1 to finish to get up to 60 over. Dave Ullman, who always seems to be up there too, is a senior bowler at 55 over. Brady Gustafson, 43 over, and Brent Newman snuck in at 41 over. Bruce Measing was the next in line, 13th place, got the casher at plus 31. David Pashina, plus 20, and Dylan Hansen at plus 15 was the last standard casher. There were 2 senior cashers, Steve Bone and Larry Berkdahl, and we had 1 female casher of Molly Novak. So that's how everybody did today. And I'm sitting here with Matt Payne because how did we do today, Matt?
I was -1. I'm the guy just outside of the last casher. I going into that last game, I was 20 over and shot 179. That doesn't help.
That did not help because if you were 20 over and you had like 220, you might have been bowling.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Matt and I briefly discussed before we came on air here of what this pattern was like and how it played. And what was the Earl Anthony pattern or something? I can't remember what it was called. It was, I think it was 40 feet with 31 mils or something. Matt's going to get that sheet. Just so what was it? It was an Earl Anthony.
PBA Earl Anthony 43, the 2023 version. I'm sure there's many versions of
probably
it that they've monkeyed with, but yeah.
So that means it was 43 feet with 30. Where did I see that? 31 mil overall.
Mils.
So. But it didn't seem to play that tight.
No, it didn't.
And everybody seemed to start right around 10. A few people play out further. There's always somebody who's in 3rd, 4th arrow to start with, but pretty much stayed between 10 and 20 the whole day.
Yep. Not till later did I see that I could throw it right and actually have it react. Early on it was a game of just keeping it in front of you, because if you got, for me anyway, if I got rid of it to the right a little bit, it never got there, and if I grabbed it a hair, it was going left.
Well,
it would hold. It would hold at the head pin. It never went across the head pin. So, which always lends you to getting splits, and it still happens.
That's exactly what happened. I was very good on my, as we call, makeable spares. Because why do some people think that a split's not a makeable spare? But that's just the way the lingo goes right now. I was very good on all the makeable spares. I couldn't tell you how many splits I had. And I was 110 under, so I didn't strike a lot either. And I hate to say that, but that means I was 400 pins behind Brady Stearns in 8 games. That means that's 50 pins a game.
Yeah.
If my I always say if my Edison High School, Northeast Minneapolis math is correct, he beat me by 50 pins a game. And why am I out here bowling? Because I'm a glutton. Anyway, so we should maybe try to see who's playing guys in front of us.
So
These are the top 4.
Yep.
They're both one game on this pair, and then I'll go to the pair to the right and bowl another game, and we're not going to be able to see the ones down on 15 through 20 right now, but we'll try to keep you abreast of what's going on.
I believe the camera will flip over to 15 and 16.
If we wanted to,
Yeah.
I guess we could. We could do that.
I think he's got it on a he being Jason, I thought I had it on a rotation, but I guess we'll see. Maybe we're stuck here out looking at the top dogs for right now.
We'll find that out. But like I mentioned again, these guys are bowling 2 games, just adding on to their 8 games of qualifying. So really, it's a 10. These 12 are actually having 10 games of qualifying.
Yep.
The reigning champion last year here was Zach Andreessen, and he's not here because he's going to college
That's
somewhere.
Right. Thank God. I don't want to compete against him.
Right. He's too good.
Yep. Well, and Dawson's in Reno. So,
That's true, too. He is. And even Brooke Salzman, who's same college as Zach, she's not here. September 10th. I don't know if it's too early in the season for people to come out and bowl. There are a lot of tournaments to bowl this month. People just get back into it.
I mean, there's a trios that's supposed to happen in a couple weeks, and it lands right on the Senior Masters.
Correct.
So, yeah, there's a lot going on.
And then, so next weekend is the MSC on Sunday. The following Sunday is, like you mentioned, the trios at Classic Bowl, and then it's the Minnesota Senior Masters, which is at Bolero Blaine. And then October 8th is the CBA MJBT Baker Doubles. Is that at River City?
I think so.
I believe it is. So we need
either
bowlers.
There or at is it Monticello?
So it is at Monticello, and we need bowlers. What we do for that is the juniors bowl. They pay their entry, and they bowl at the regular tournament. And CBA bowlers partner up with them, luck of the draw. So the CBA bowlers just donates their time to help the MJBT bowlers make some scholarship money.
It's a good time.
So it's been going on for, I can't remember when we started exactly, but I'm pretty sure it was somewhere around 93 or 4-ish, somewhere around in there. I remember our first one being at Earl Brown, way back. And then after that, the CBA Baker Doubles is the 22nd and 3rd of October. That also coincides with our Hall of Fame All-Star, what do you call it? Our Hall of Fame dinner and our banquet and just All-Star teams that we acknowledged there. I will not be at the CBA MJBT Doubles because I'm going to be in Costa Rica.
Sounds just terrible.
It is terrible. And if you were a little older, Matt, you could join us.
Hey, I keep trying to get older. No one lets me. 41's the new 50. I should be able to bowl.
Yeah, you should. But you could bowl, actually. There is a lot of other people do bowl in Costa Rica at the other place, but we go for a senior tournament.
All right, so it's not rotating because we've been watching these guys the whole time. I don't know if we want to go over to 15 and 16. I mean, I don't know if we want to see Chad on the screen again.
Well, let's talk about what's going on here first, and then we'll flip over. So, A, which is Brady. So he's got 7-7 in the 4th, just left a baby split. I'm not sure. If you're in Brady's shoes, you certainly don't want to give away the number 1 spot, but he's got 90 or whatever pins, 99 pins to play with, somebody to catch him. So he could be trying something different. I don't know what Brady's thoughts are.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's fishing too much for much.
Probably not. And then B up there, which is Eric's shot. He's got 49 in the 3rd, strike up in the 4th. You see William Jones up on lane 12. He had a couple opens to start with. I saw William, for him being about 162 over, I think he missed like 3 or 4 single pins today.
Yeah, I think I saw some of those too.
Somebody mentioned one time there was some CBA bowler a while ago who Didn't care so much for spares, but he did say like 7 strikes a game is still 220, whether if you even miss those spares. That's the wrong way of thinking.
Very much.
When you don't get those strikes, you got to pick up those spares.
Well, as we were talking about it.
Yeah, and I don't know what his problem is on that. I don't want to say it's a problem. I've always said it's usually just focus.
Oh, yeah.
Because we leave 10 pins as right-handers all the time, and if you just take a couple extra seconds, hit your target, you pick it up.
Right. Yep. Yeah.
I'm not sure what goes through a lot of these people's minds.
Yeah. You're right. It's a lot of focus. It's one of those things where you're getting up and you're thinking about the shot that you had before and not focusing on what you have in front of you.
Correct. And we all do that.
Yep. Or you're thinking ahead. You're like, all right, well, now I need to move. This is why I left it, blah, 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 blah. And you just don't think.
And then what also happens is after you miss that one, then you have to forget about that and go to the next frame. But a lot of times you don't then. So then your next shot sometimes is worse because you're thinking about the missed 10. And all it takes is really an extra second or two. I don't mean you to stand up on the approach for 15 seconds. Really think about it. Just take a second to think. Let's see if we can jump over to 15 and 16. Oh, look at that. Man, you must be in IT or something. He's figured that out. As we see Clark Polzer pick up a 10
The 2 oldest guys left in the field. Well,
no, Dave Ullman.
No, Dave Ullman over there. Sorry.
Dave Ullman
Sorry,
is,
Dave.
Yeah. He's just a kid, yeah.
Ooh.
I did mention this is the first leg of the Locker Guy Bowler of the Decade challenge. And so what we've always had in the last 3 years have done this is 29 and under, and then 30 to 39, 40 to 49, 50 to 59, and 60 and over. And of those 5, we bowl 3 tournaments for that, which is September, November, and February. And how you do against the bowlers in your age bracket, I've always paid $250 if you won that. And then those 5 bowlers bowled out at the year end, and whoever won just one game, all those 5 bowlers, and whoever won that got an extra $250 if you bowled the decades. Well, today there were only 2 guys in the 60 and over. So we're not going to have a 60 and over bracket. We put those 2 guys, which one is myself, and the other one is Clark Polzer, who's just giving me the thumbs down, into the 50 and over. So we have 29 and under, then we got 30, 40, and 50 and over. What I'm doing differently now, though, is still putting the same amount of money in, so those 4 are going to get $300 a piece.
Okay.
Because that's perfect.
Yeah.
300.
Yeah.
And then those 4 bowlers will bowl off at the year end for another $300. So it's still $1,500 going in. It's just that we're doing it a little bit differently because there's not enough 16 over bowlers. And if you hear that beeper going off, that was Matt Payne's food. His food buzzer just went off. And just watching Chad, I don't think he liked that one very well. But if you notice, he came back and he winked a little bit going, hey, I think I found something in there that wasn't there before. So I'm looking to see who's bowling on this 15 and 16. So 3 of the guys are the slowest bowlers that we have out there right now. But then saying that, they're also ahead of the other guys on the first pair. But they all take their time, they're deliberate. And Will's just going to go up there. A pin fell on lane 16. He's going to be focused on 15. It doesn't matter what happened over there. And he threw it really well for the solid 9.
Perfect. I haven't seen it.
Good.
Well, Jason came back into the booth here. You know, he's got to help the crack staff here after he tried to go fix a machine call earlier in the day and wrapped his shin around something.
Yeah.
And then he couldn't fix some, and then Jeff Walther happened to be in the house and helped fix some sort of problem on the lane. So
yeah, it was nice to have Jeff here today.
Jeff Walther has done that previous times in CBA. I think we were at one might have been at Memory Lanes back when it was called Stardust, and another one I can't remember where it was, but he's a pretty good mechanic from my understanding.
He mentioned Wells. He said it was at Wells once.
That was once, yes.
He had to work for a couple different times, or a couple hours
Yes.
on one.
I think it was both of those places.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was unfortunate. We had a front roller come off a lane, and it's not something that's quite in my pay grade. It's definitely wasn't something in Jay's pay grade either. Neither one of us had ever had to do it. So Jeff, thankfully, the A mechanic didn't come in until noon today. So it was nice to have him here and help us out. So
Did you watch him how to do it though?
Jay did. I had to
Okay.
come back up front and kind of make sure somebody was at the counter. So, but we got her done.
Good.
But
And
yeah, then I hit a curtain that was on the floor that I didn't see the bracket for it, and smashed up my shin pretty good too.
It's not like it was your first time being back there.
No,
Especially here.
just didn't look
Right.
where I should have.
So.
So who's killing him? I had to step away for a minute.
Well, so we were watching 11 and 12 for a while. We were just talking about Brady, who's leading by 99 pins, and we didn't know if he was just going through I don't want to say going through the motion, but just maybe fishing. Still wants to make sure he stays on a number one seed, no matter what. But so he's flipped over to 15 and 16 here to watch these guys and looking at the scores. It's kind of hard to tell right now. After this game, we'll know like who's doing what, who's
For
moving.
sure.
Well, we did the top 6. Actually, I should say 2 through 5.
Yeah.
Because Brady's going to be up and leading. 2 through 5 have a chance to be second and third after there's 2 more games to get that get that seated right into the step ladder.
yeah, yep.
But you
and
still
that's
want to be 4,
obviously-
5, 6.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, obviously you want to be 1 through 3, if you can, get yourself automatically in the step ladder. But just as you were about to say, if you can't, 4, 5, 6 is still important because you get that bye, and 3 people are going to be eliminated in that first round, right? So you're already jumping up a few cash-in spots guaranteed if you can get that bye and get into that next round.
Correct. And this is a different format than our normal CBA tournament. Usually we have 8 games of qualifying. We cut to the top 1/3 of the field. So it could be 12, 14, 18, 20, 21, whatever. And then we only bowl 6 more games, basically 5 more games in one position, big position round, and then the top 5 step ladder. So when Jason and I talked about some sort of different formats, what was it, 3-4 years ago when we started this Bowler to Decades, this is a format that's been used in other tournaments. So we want to try something different. Different people have a chance to make the cut.
Yeah, yep.
Or make the ladder, I should say.
And we've changed the format to be only 12 bowlers making it in all 3 of those events. So the formats that we have are designed for a smaller field making it. We'll still cash that 1 for 3 like we always do, but it's just 12 that are going to make the actual match play or cashers round or elimination bracket, whatever the format is for that event.
I had just mentioned before you got back here, Jason, how the reigning champion of this tournament last year was Zach Andreessen, and he's not here, but he is watching. So Zach made the college team. What's the name of that college? He's I forget now. Him and Brooke went to.
Is it Mount Mercy that he's
Mount
at?
Mount Mercy sounds right to me. Zach, you'll probably know that because you're there. But like Matt Payne said, good riddance, Zach. You're too good. We didn't need you here anyway.
Well, the truth of that matter is hopefully we still see you around as often as you can make it back.
Yeah.
And
good luck out there.
That's exactly right. You probably some big and bright things for you coming up, and we just hope to see you back around whenever you can make it.
Well, let's kind of go over the scores here on 15 and 16 that we can see right now. So on the C bowler, I believe, is Chad Nelson. So he's got 95 and a 6 with a turkey up there. The D bowler would be Will Matafee, who's got 150 in the 9th. So he's struggling. He could be losing ground, possibly out of. It might be hard for these guys to be out of the top 6, just because there was a big gap between 6th and 7th.
So A is actually Chad, just so you.
Oh, A would be Chad.
Yep, A is Chad. So 104 in the 6th.
Well, then forget everything I just said.
And then a 3-bagger.
So, in other words, the D bowler, who I thought I was saying was Will Matafee, is not Will. That's Cody Adams. I couldn't read my letters. I need to go back to school.
I need to get glasses on. though. It would help me a little bit. Although this big 32-inch in front of me does help a little bit.
Instead of looking like way over
Way up there.
you can just look in front of you. We talked about people missing 10 pins. And somehow Clark just takes his time and sends the ball down there 2-3 miles an hour and over and picks them up.
Yeah.
You don't have to throw it 100 miles an hour or whatever as long as you hit it. Chad's
That's
really good at his parachuting.
Yep.
I did talk about, not to pick on William Jones, but he was like 180 over, and I saw him miss like 3 10 pins.
Sure.
And he missed one in this first game that he's bowling right now.
Yep.
And we talked about, you knew somebody who said, well, spares, you don't need them. If you 8 strikes or whatever is a 220 or 30 anyway.
8 strikes, the game is 220.
That's just the wrong way of looking at it.
Yep. And that is a quote that I've used a lot, and always have said, well, that's great when the pattern allows that. And to be honest, today, the ratio was 2.7 on the right side, 2.5 on the left. A lot of patterns that we choose for this are 1.4 to 1.6.
Correct.
So there were 6 guys that found their way to over 100 over, and a couple that were 60 over, and a lot of times 60 over maybe would lead, or only one person would get to 100 over.
You made them too easy. That's why I didn't make them.
Well, so I mean they are a little bit softer. So 220, maybe you could get 8 strikes a few games today, right? That kind of thing.
That kind of thing could have worked.
But man, when they're hard and you're bowling on Red Square or U.S. Open or any of that, 8 strikes is just not going to be found, and you need to have to be able to make spares.
You have to pick them up.
Yeah.
And look, Matt and I were just talking. So you say you missed that 10 pin. Back up. You left the 10 pin. So then you're thinking about why you left it. So I got to do this or that, whatever. Then you miss that 10 pin. Then you go to the next frame. And you got to forget about the 10 pin. Sometimes you don't go, I missed that, I got that open. So then you throw a bad shot the next frame too. So sometimes not taking the extra focus, pick up the 10, messes up your next shot.
For sure.
Or is that just me?
No. Depending on your mental game, it can take you out of a game.
Correct.
And not even just the next frame or a shot. I mean, if you're struggling and you're not on your mental game, that can take you out of the whole game. I know a guy that once bowled down in Iowa for 7 straight games and brought 12 balls with, and he finished at 120 under for the day, and he didn't make a ball change. That's a guy that is not mentally prepared to be at that event.
Exactly. Or I thought you were going to say the guy that was 120 under 12 bowling balls said, "Oh, if I would have just bought that, I brought the other one, I left that home."
I left the third. No, I could have brought 3 more. It wouldn't have mattered. They all would have stayed in the bag. I was bound and determined to make that one work.
Jason, I did not know you were talking about yourself, but I do now.
I was going to say, there was a guy that did this, and he left the 2-8-10 4 consecutive times, making changes. And so maybe it wouldn't have helped.
Sometimes I make the changes and they don't matter.
Right?
Well,
You still leave a 2-8-10.
so I got to tell you the story that happened today. Mike Week, everybody knows Mike Week and Greg Strike. So Greg Strike just came back bowling. He hadn't bowled for quite a while. He's got a wrist problem, his right wrist. So he's come back as a 2-handed lefty. And so I saw him bowling, and he wants to come out here. He wants to get better, so he's bowling his CBAs as a 2-handed lefty. So I looked at him. I walked down after. Well, how'd you do it? He goes, "Well, I had 155." And I go, "Oh, that's pretty good." I go, "I had 149." And then Mike Week goes, "What, did you bowl left-handed too?" And I go, "No." That was one of the funniest things that I've heard. And it was against me, but I'll take it.
All right.
Well, let's go. Let's see. Though Brady had 214, so nobody on that pair gained on him at all. But
The only other one at 214.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's your third bowler, which is that Josh.
that was Josh Kennedy. Yeah.
So I told Eric, I said, hey, you need to do less games like this, because you're bowling like me right now, where I had to struggle to get to 180. And he said, this pair sucked. Well, that was the last pair I bowled on, and I shot 179. So I feel good now.
Well, see, now I started on that pair. I started on that pair and I had 149.
Oh,
Well,
It is a bad pair.
that's a bad. Take that pair out of here.
I can tell you that's not a bad pair.
I can tell you it is. I got proof.
The The one to the left of it isn't so pretty.
Let's go.
That one's okay.
Hey, that was my high game. It was
9 and
240 out of
10.
9 and 10. Greatest pair in the place.
I think 9 and 10 is really nice. I go well on that pair.
You're actually you're very astute. 11 has got new lane panel. Well, the newest lane panel in the house.
Oh.
Due to some damage well before we were here. But I just know that history. Yeah. Yep. Oh, well, it ain't gonna kill anything.
It really doesn't matter.
No, it won't hurt anything. So, anyways, it is the newest panel in the entire center.
So you guys buy panels one at a time?
No, but it's
One a year, whether you need it?
No, again, this was well before us. The damage was done. They took out the head and replaced that panel. So you will see a fair amount of difference between 11 and 12 a lot of times. Not quite as pronounced on the house, but for sure when you put some hard stuff down, it shows up.
How about 23, 24?
24 hooks a lot, doesn't it?
No, not for me
Really?
today.
Oh,
For me today, 24 was tighter than 23.
okay.
I had hold in. I could pull on 24 and it would stay
Yeah,
in the
right.
It'd stay in the
Okay.
pocket, honestly.
Today was that way.
So let's change this over
Oh, let's watch
here
empty lanes.
to at least these guys.
Everybody else moved out of the way.
What I was going to kind of tell everybody here, because we were talking about 214 for
Brady?
Brady and Josh Kennedy, but then Chad Nelson at 203, Will Manafee at 235, and he was 142 over, so he was 177 over. So he just jumped up. He might have jumped up into third because William Jones, third or fourth, somewhere around there, because William Jones dropped down. So they're jockeying for position, and of course the last four, we don't know exactly what they're doing. They're probably just trying to. I don't know what they're trying to do.
I don't think they know what they're trying to do.
They're probably just using different bowling balls, trying to figure out what they when they get
Well, yeah,
back
'cause they gotta-
into the match play or the
bracket,
the elimination bracket, they call it. I think Brady went through about 10 bowling balls today, but I got some new bowling balls because I changed to 14 pounds.
Okay.
So I have 4 basically in the spare ball, and I had eliminated 2 of them right away because they wouldn't have worked here in this pattern no matter what. So I was fighting through with 2 bowling balls that one actually worked with my Phase 2, which is a really good ball.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. I could have used a couple different bowling balls with a little lay the ball down the lane further the end of the day. But saying that, we talked about the pattern holding up. You didn't have to get too deep. Now the guys, they're probably
they're
4th,
good.
5th there or whatever. But you still have room to get left and throw it to the right. It'll still hook back.
I was gonna say that's why I don't hook at that spare, but even when I don't hook, I don't hook at the spare. I do the same thing, so it doesn't matter. But
That's another funny thing that happens. So we have the Vikings game on. If anybody's paying attention, I don't know if anybody wants to know what's going on, but they're losing. What I'm upset about is there's no Twins game on anywhere.
oh yeah.
I gotta, there's all kinds of TVs around here, and we can't have the Twins on.
Well, and they took my volleyball game off earlier to put the Vikings on, which was silly.
Exactly. Well, I'm going to have to get into my Yahoo app and find out what's going on the Twins game, and it's nothing, bottom of 4th. Okay, that's all right. I'm going to look and see how Luis Ariz is doing because everybody keeps talking how he's not even playing today because he's in a slump. He's down to 349 average.
Don't you hit your way out of a slump? You don't sit your way out of a slump.
Well, he's been struggling, I guess, whatever, so. All right, we get to watch Josh Kennedy. I've watched that kid. The first ever CBA he bowled was on his pair. It was out in Farmington one year, and he made the cut. And so he tries really hard all the time. He never gives up. He's always talking to himself, saying, "I need to do this, need to do that." You see him walking back. He's got that determined look in his face or whatever. So And he's a rookie of the year from a year ago, or 2 years ago, whatever, I can't remember, but very good bowler. And, of course, there's Brady. Yeah. Did I mention he was 400 pins ahead of me?
Yep, you did. And then you did the math, and 50 pins a game.
He must not have bowled on the same stuff that I did.
He didn't, actually.
You know what's really funny about that is we'd bowl a tournament, team tournament bowling way back, and our team say would do this, and then our team would go and do that. Well, we didn't have that same shot, and which people always want to say something like that, and they might not have because of the way we would set them up,
right.
Or somebody else set them, or who you follow on a pair,
Yep.
Or
well, that was the big thing at nationals when you'd get the leftovers of team event for your singles and doubles.
Yes,
it was always who you followed.
Yes, that was terrible. Then you had to flip flop doubles to singles too.
Yep.
And I think back now how unfair that was.
Oh yeah.
And it's so much more fair now having you bowl all 6 games on the same pair.
Yep. And fresh. So you make your own.
Exactly, yeah.
You get your own grade.
But I don't know. That's just the way it was years ago. Oh, way back, you got one shadow ball in team.
Right.
On each lane maybe. And double singles, you got none. You had that stub lane in the back where you could pay $15-$20 to have your picture taken, and you could bowl on that.
Yeah.
And then you get out, you have to start bowling right away.
Right.
It just didn't make sense.
I mean, you're obviously a little before me, but when I started, we had 2 shots on each lane for singles and doubles, and I think that was about what we got for team.
Maybe, right.
Yeah.
All right, the crack staff here of Jason and
put
his
his glasses on
wife
for
Stacy and daughter Allie. Actually, the crack staff was actually the wife and the daughter, and Jason just ran back and forth and got the sheet.
Yeah.
Because he's standing between us instead of sitting down like Matt and I are.
Did you not see me go down and get the scores? I worked really hard for this sheet.
We did not.
Oh,
I kind of saw you start over here. I didn't know what you were doing.
you didn't know what I was doing?
Yeah, I didn't know what you were doing.
So-
Thought you were lost.
Let's tell you what happened. So Brady Stearns did hold on to first by quite a bit. Josh Kennedy moved up to second. Will Manafee jumped all the way up to third.
Yeah.
Eric shot fourth, Chad Nelson fifth, and William Jones went from third down to sixth.
Yeah.
So right now he's out of it. Clark Bolzer's seventh. Clark could probably stay seventh or eighth. He possibly could get up to sixth, but it's not really going to matter much. Well, actually, it does matter. Fourth, fifth, sixth gets the bye.
Oh, yeah.
You still want to be sixth. All right. First, second, third, like you mentioned, gets seated right into the step ladder. Fourth, fifth, and sixth gets a bye. 7th through 12th bowls that first elimination round. Anybody else shoot a big score? Not really.
No, not really. These scores would have been helpful that last game to allow me to get up in.
It would have, yeah.
Especially the 133. I see there.
Yeah, if you
That
wouldn't have
really
had that and you would have had 10 more pins, you might have been bowling right now,
Right.
Matt.
Unbelievable.
You guys are kind of loud there, too.
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, somebody came by us ultra too loud. Maybe the bowlers can hear us. So maybe we should tone it down. I don't know. The bowler hadn't say that.
No. See, he can't hear us.
Oh.
He's deaf, but he can't hear us.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Oh, there's that too.
We need to put the plexiglass screen in front of
Can
us.
you build a booth?
Oh, the booth.
Well, it's all coming back, so they'll be used again.
Can we go back to having the iPad in between the ketchup containers? and-
Mustard containers?
Yeah.
I should build a little plexiglass
But
Easy for you to say.
plexiglass shield.
try again. I know you got it in you. Yeah.
Kicked in.
Oh, we were just discussing the Vikings. Now they came back to tie the score. We were wondering, there's a lot of TVs here, but there doesn't seem to be any baseball game.
I can put it on anywhere.
Well, that'd be nice, the Twins game. The Twins are, leading the division. They're going to make the playoffs. And we don't see it anywhere? I could watch it on my phone.
You want it on the far end? You
That'd
see
be the
that
great
all right?
one.
Would that be all right?
That'd be perfect. I just need to watch a few things. Correct.
All right, so we can't see 17 and 18, but someone's got the first 5 over there.
That's the A bowler, which was Will Manafee, because it was the B bowler, and they flip-flopped. And Will, who had 235 to jump up to third, and he wants to jump up into second. He's not good.
You won't
not
catch
good,
Brady.
but he could catch Josh Kennedy.
That he can.
Because Josh just went, what do you do? Open, spare, strike, spare. Will, as of right now, is probably ahead of him.
0-0.
Twin Cities over there.
Oh, I like it. Pablo Lopez. You know how we got him?
Some kind of
Giving him
trade.
some money.
We traded a guy for him. The guy that everybody thought
kind
was
of
the
trade.
best player that we should have, Luis Ariz. We traded a guy. And I love the trade at the beginning when they first did it. And people are saying I was crazy because we got rid of the batting champ. And I go, sure, he hit 316. He's a batting champ, but he terrible defense and he's slow and got bad knees. He's not going to last long. And we got a number one starter on our team. And I would do that trade anytime.
Yeah. Payoff.
And I would tell everybody, how's the Miami team doing right
By
now?
the way, it's not Will that has the first 6. Will's C.
See, don't pay attention to me.
You are having a rough day all of a
I
sudden.
am.
And it's not Clark and it's not Chad. Who's the other?
Who is it?
knucklehead
That's
over
Cody
there?
Adams.
Cody Adams.
After the 133. No, he had.
No,
He had 180.
yeah.
He is one of my front counter employees.
Oh,
So he's
nice.
fun to work
So
after
it
this.
was fantastic to see him make the cut. Bowles High School here for the new combined Cathedral, Tech, and Apollo Crush, the St. Cloud Crush.
All three of those high schools together.
Combined for bowling.
Combined. Okay.
Not all three for all sports, but the Crush is a combined name between those three that they use when they combine
Is
for stuff.
the crush come from Cathedral, anything like that? Or is it just
Yeah, I think it's just made up.
nothing to do with
Yep.
the letters of
They actually don't have true colors either because we sponsor them, and I said, well, what color jerseys do you want? They're like, I don't know, make them like the blue of Apollo and the orange of Tech. And I'm like, Broncos colors then, huh? Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Well, then they should be the Broncos.
That's right. That's in.
I can't.
that was
Just enough.
How did that hold? To hit the headman on the right side and then
I
strike
have
it.
no idea.
He knows.
Those are useful strikes, though.
Needed.
Let's watch Cody Adams up on lane 17 going for the front
You'll
seven.
see the result.
Yep.
Whoa, that was pretty good. That sounded loud.
Yep.
Well, let's look at these scores again now that I know who's who. Because Cody Adams at that point is 107 pins behind fifth. Well, let's go behind sixth. So he is only, what is that? 80 pins behind sixth place. He has a chance to get to that fourth,
To
fifth,
get
sixth,
by.
five.
He does.
Oh, boy,
And of course, you can't really see where Dave Ullman. It doesn't look like there's a lot of strikes way down there on the end. And Clark. So which one is Clark now? He's B. And he's okay. He's got the. He's plus in the sixth frame. And William Jones. Let's watch William. Where is he? Was he A?
Yes. Yep.
So he's got 108 in the fifth. So he's kind of holding on. Oh, it's going to be
It'll be interesting here.
there's some jockeying for position here.
That was a better shot, Brady.
You know, that's what I left my very first shot of the day, that 1-2-4-7, and I used my spare ball at it, and I got the 1-2-4, missed the 7, and that's how my day started. Probably shouldn't have used the spare ball.
But you hook at it, you probably leave the head.
Well, that's what I was afraid of doing. I missed it right. Who says I wasn't going to miss it left?
Only 5 frames in for him, but Ullman does have 269 on the board possible.
Oh, okay.
So he is
That's a good number.
strike, 2 spares in a row, and a 3-bagger.
Well, let's watch from afar.
That's not a strike. That's
Looks
a
like
2-8
it.
or a 2-4.
Right. I like his shirt, though. You see Dave Ullman's shirt today?
Real locker guy in the front.
Oh, and it's got the colors, orange and teal and
I like Eric Schiff's
black.
shirt.
I do too.
He's got a really nice shirt on, too.
That looked good, too. Just a regular red and black or something. Doesn't have a lot of colors.
I had green.
Looks pretty good, honestly, I think.
Well, everything that's good has got a Southway Bowl on it.
Now you're talking.
All right, looks like he got it. So he's 249 now.
Okay, and then William just left the washout. Let's watch Cody Adams.
47.
Cody Adams up on 18 for the front 8. How's it look?
Pretty
Whoa.
good.
Wait, Cody?
That's just like a young Zach Andreessen there.
A young thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
By 2 years.
Because he's old.
Well, he's gone.
I can tell you, Cody puts in the time. So it's good to see him having a little bit of success. His
Absolutely.
first CBA ever bowled. I can tell you he has been groomed a little bit for this by bowling the Naham the last 2 years, the Times Naham that we have here.
Right.
Which is a actually long format event.
Yeah.
Over a couple of weeks, or how's that work?
Yeah.
Explain that to everybody, because I've always seen
Yeah.
all the scores up here on the side.
For sure. It's in its 61st year this year, and it is 8 games of qualifying on 2 different nights. So your choice, Monday through Sunday, but we run 9 through 24 is open for qualifying with the sport pattern out. Those 7 nights.
You can come at any time you
can
want.
come-
You have the certain shifts.
Yeah, it's a 6:30
Okay.
shift each night. Sign up in advance is smart. We did have a shift that filled this year, and we had a couple people come from the cities to try and bowl their first night as a walk-in, and we actually had to send them away.
Wow.
Because we were full. So it happens. Anyways, 2 8-game blocks to qualify. The top 16 make the round-robin match play, so it's 2 8-game blocks the following week, Tuesday and Thursday, round-robin match play, and on Thursday night after the last 8-game block completes, it's a stepladder. So
Wow.
it is a
So how many games total?
8-16, so you got 32, you'd have 36 to win the whole thing.
So 32
from the bottom
games
of the
to
stepladder.
get-
32 to get in. Well, 32,
Qualifying, basically.
16 qualifying, 16 match
more,
play.
okay.
Yep.
That's it's been going on for 50 years or something.
60. This will be
That's
the
what I
61st.
see up on.
Yeah.
You have it up on the side wall
And while
with
you
all
guys
the
were
champions.
yappering, Cody just got number 9.
Oh, sweet.
He went up quick. I was like, oh, they'll get done talking. I'll have time to say something. All of a sudden, done.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't take a lot of time,
No.
which is really good.
Well, yeah, considering he's on the pair with 2
The
of the
guys.
slowest
It's
bowlers.
the slowest ever.
And Will Manafee is not one of the fastest ones either.
No, he takes his time as well.
Yeah, which I never really cared how much time people took on the approach. Just be there when it's your turn.
Correct. Yep.
And I can get used to your pace.
Yeah.
But we're waiting for you. You're back here, BS with somebody else, and then you missed your turn. Eric tried to get that ball to hold like he did that one other one, and it didn't work.
Well, that's fair. That's what hurt him. I mean, missing the chopping the 610 there.
Yeah.
That was painful.
Well, you got the 10 pin. Looking down there where the Cody's pair, Chad Nelson has 157 in the 7th with a strike up and in. Now he just went double, so he wants to stay in that top 6 or 4th through 6th, and possibly get in the top 3. So besides Brady now, there's going to be a big change.
Yeah, there's going to be some jostling here.
There absolutely is.
All right.
The big scores are on 17 and 18. That must be a good pair, or are those guys that much better?
Well, these 3 right here in the middle, right? 13 through 18, aren't they?
I would bowl on anything 13 through 22.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Cody.
Pretty good.
Oh,
Oh.
the half 10.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Good run.
Very good run. So spare strike, 270. It's going to jump him up, way up there.
Yep.
Well, if he does get 270, he's only going to gain, if Chad strikes out, he's only going to gain 30 pins on Chad. So he's going to be behind Chad no matter what. Because Chad's having a great game. Will never gives up. He's constantly fighting, trying hard out there. So he could have 220. 99.
Oh, no, he missed it.
Well, he didn't need it. He just tied a USBC record.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. the least amount of shots you can throw in a game is 11. That's the least amount of shots you can throw. Cody just tied a USBC record.
He did. Golly, I really was hoping he was going to make that one.
Right.
Ullman can get 236 still. And he's heading into the 10th.
You know, for having the two slowest bowlers, they're pretty quick today.
Yes.
Because this pair is pretty slow.
Yeah.
That's because there's more strikes over there, too.
Well, yeah.
So Olma could have 230. What's Clark? Clark's doing
Clark
what
can
here?
210. If he punches 213.
Yeah, 213 it looks
He
like.
could have
I can put my glasses on.
71 or...
No, it's 230. I can at least see that.
Where's William Jones? Right here. William Jones is going. William Jones could drop out of the top 6.
He
Oh, yeah.
could.
In fact, I think he's going to.
Uh-oh. That looked like a
Base,
I thought
base.
actually, I thought it was going to look a little challenging. We both thought.
Well, we all
both
thought he
thought it was
wasn't going to
true.
get it.
Yeah.
Right.
.222 for Will Matafee.
It's like a Haitian tree.
Where's
Hawaiian punch. Yeah.
So Dave Ullman is way down the other end. He's getting up in the 10th frame possible here. Clark's only going to have 190. Chad is for sure going to want to get this strike to have a possibility of moving into the top 3. He is, no, he can't. He's 24 pins. Oh yeah, he's 24 pins behind Will. He can beat him by 25 this game if he strikes out. Oh, and he left a solid 10. He could have passed Will for 3rd place. So you might have snuck on to 3rd, Will. We really don't know what's going on yet.
Second.
Okay, that too.
Chad needed all 3 in the 10th to beat me by 1.
Correct.
Yep.
Kennedy needs all 3 in the 10th to tie me.
Oh, we have to have a ruling if that
You
happens.
guys thumb wrestle then?
Let's see what happens. There you have it from Will Matafee.
Yep. Right
Chad?
from the horse's mouth.
Exactly.
I like
yeah.
to do quick math.
Well, I do too, but I can't. I
Our
can if
quick
I'm
math
down
is
there.
Slightly slower.
Exactly. Speaking of my, I told you about my Northeast Minneapolis Edison High School math that I'm really good at sometimes. We're having our 50th high school reunion come September here. 50 years. And here's another good story.
You're old.
I know. But here's another really cool thing that we're doing. 2 days before that, they have this thing in Northeast Minneapolis called the East Side Old Timers Club. And they always honor people. There are people that get in the Hall of Fame for that, for other sports and whatever. But in 1967, when I was 12 years old, our team won the city championship in Minneapolis. We were undefeated, and we won the city championship game 40-0. That East Side Old Timers Club is going to honor our team from 1967 for that win.
It's awesome.
So it's going to be cool. I have the picture, and I'll have it on Facebook here sometime to show you how I looked when I was 12 years old. So somebody missed another 10 pin.
Yeah.
William Jones, who is now not in the top 6.
Yeah. Now he's got a journey ahead of him.
That's 50 pins worth of single pins he missed today in 10
That
games.
you know of.
That I know, it's true, that I know of. There might have been more. I might discuss that with him.
He'll talk to you about it.
Yeah, that he will. I'm curious. I'm curious of what his thought process is when he gets up there.
Right.
When people are missing those, are they? Because I don't know about you. No matter where I go, I'm standing pretty much the same spot, going the same area.
The only time it changes if for some reason there's a hook in the middle of the lane, I gotta either play
Right, yeah. Or if it's really oily and it skids
Yep.
too far or something. But anyway, 99% of the time, I just grab the spare ball, stand here, throw it there. Pretty much throw straight at it, cross lane at it.
The only time it really changes, honestly, is this when we bowl. Like if I get this deep in the day.
There you go,
then
yeah.
it's-
Because then it's going to hook in mid lane, like you said, and you're not used to. It's usually skidding down the lane. All of a
Right.
sudden it picks up. Yeah. And these are I got a urethane. I don't use plastic for my
Yep.
10 pin. Mine's urethane, but still goes pretty straight for me. So Will Matafee said that
If he punches out,
they would tie.
they would.
I'm going to make sure that he's correct on this. So Will Matafee had 222. So he's 299 over. Or
Or, yeah.
199 over. You don't have a plus or minus in it, so I got to do that math by myself. So Josh Kennedy, what's he going to have?
60, 90, 205. So yeah, you get to.
199. It might be a tie for second and third.
So
That will need to have.
yeah.
Oh, that would have had to been a great roll off because they would have tied for a spot in the step ladder.
Yeah.
So
Narrowly missed that.
yes,
Not that that's the worst thing in the world, but it just obviously everybody's
yeah.
got a 20-minute break.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they bowl it on 1 and 2, right?
Oh, for sure. Yes. Yeah. Whatever we do, we wouldn't put it on the camera. We don't want anybody to be able to see.
To see what's
Yeah, we
going
keep
on.
the audience waiting for 20 minutes too. That's how you reel them in.
Well, you should have showed up. You could have seen it.
Is that where you go through your commercials?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
We need to get some. We used to do those commercials years ago. We did some stuff when Tom Havish was doing some TV stuff. I did it with Larry Hutchinson and and then to be myself and Matt McNeil a couple times,
Oh, yeah.
Steve Bowen a couple times. We did all that commentating and we'd list our own commercials. And it was kind of fun. Okay, that kind of gets through our next 2 games of qualifying. So everybody's got their 10 games of qualifying. So while we tabulate these scores, we are going to shut off the mic because there's no sense of listening to us babble back here until we know what the scores are, and then we'll come back and so hang on. Okay, we're back here, and you can probably hear Jason down there talking. You can see him down there, whether you can hear him or not, right next to Dave Ullman's head. If he would move out of the way, that would be good. So what he's saying, what Jason's saying right now, Brady Stearns leading after the 10 at plus 335. Will Matafee is 199 second. And Josh Kennedy is third at 198, one pin behind. Those three guys are seated in the step ladder. No matter what, they'll have a few things that happen before they get back here in bowl. Chad Nelson fourth at plus 179. He's fourth. He gets a bye. Eric Schott at 174. His fifth gets a bye. And William Jones at 114 is sixth, and he gets a bye.
And we were talking about this. Cody Adams is at one pin behind Williams.
He was, and Cody had the front nine and missed the single pin in the 10th frame, and it cost him the sixth spot and a bye.
Yep.
So we got Cody Adams will be against Dave Ullman, or take that back. Cody Adams is seventh, will against Brady Gusson, who's 12th. And then it'll be Dave Ullman against Zach Simino, and Clark Polzer against Bren Newman. And I could have looked at the second sheet. I'm trying to do it in my mind. I got it pictured here, whatever. So they're going to be bowling one game, and if you lose now, you're eliminated.
Yep, we're done.
You win, you move on. And if Cody wins, or whoever wins that first match will be bowling against Chad Nelson. Whoever bowls between Ullman and Simino will bowl against Eric Schott. And whoever wins between Polzer and Newman will bowl against William Jones. Then after they'll bowl, and whoever loses is eliminated. And then the next round is the three guys, and they all three bowl, and the high moves, or one's eliminated.
Yep.
And then fourth and fifth bowls gets into the ladder.
Yep.
So it's a different elimination type format tournament that we've tried to do something different. And I think everybody likes it because it's different.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the matches are going to be around the camera area.
I would hope so.
So these three pair are probably going to get beat up a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he shot down my idea of moving 1 and 2 as the roll-off.
I don't know why
I would
he did
assume
do
he's
that.
going to keep it right here.
Don't we have mobile cameras and stuff?
Right.
Hey, he's only got 6 cameras here. I got to talk about this again because I want to talk about it. So Jason does a great job with he's got this set up here. From years ago, we had, nobody knew it happened on the CBA until you read it in the paper the next day.
2 on each for everybody.
Okay,
Again,
and so
higher
now
seed gets the
he's got 6 cameras, so we actually got 2 on each pair. One shows the score, one shows the lane, the bowlers, and so it's just like live. It's live stream right now. You can watch it wherever you are. You can pay attention to what's going on. It's amazing what the technology has changed in 50 years of CBA and stuff. So I'm just talking about Jason. Jason came back in the booth with us about how this setup is really cool. You got 6 cameras, basically 2 for each pair. Yep. One showing the bowlers, one showing the score, and it comes a long way from you did not know who won a CBA tournament until you read it in the paper the next day.
Yeah.
I used to have to, on a Sunday at night, I used to call the Star Tribune and also the St. Paul Pioneer Press and tell them who did what, and Bob Shaver in St. Paul would write an article, but that was the Tuesday's paper, and the Star Tribune would have it in Monday morning paper if I got it in there soon enough. Sometimes I had to fax it. Oh, they only got a fax machine. That was so nice, man. I didn't have to call. I just fax it in.
Who uses a fax machine?
That was the greatest thing since sliced bread, as they said for a while there.
We'll just take these one at a time as they come open here.
Jason's got to be doing some, you can't see it, but or maybe you can, adjusting cameras behind the scenes here. Because people get up and they kick. Molly, you're kicking the thing.
You done screwed up the cameras.
So angry when you stand up.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
That was Molly Novak, by the way, who kicked that camera.
Did you see my last 2 games today?
Didn't look.
I didn't see Molly's last 2 games, but she got the female caster. But before that, she was up in the top 12 most of the day.
Yep.
I was looking at the story. She wasn't by me while I was bowling, but
You were in it all day.
I was until the last 2 games.
So So you need to make it a 6-game qualifier?
Yeah, please. Can we try that one?
I'd be in.
We'll have that. The
No, 12. Let's go to 12.
Go to 12.
So I can be 600 pins behind Brady instead of 400.
12, yeah, 12 game qualifier and no re-oil ever, no matter the pattern.
That's another thing. The re-oil. 50 years ago, you oiled like the night before and you just left it.
Yeah, but because if they tried to re-oil those bug sprayers,
Exactly.
they were going to sit for 4 hours.
It was so
You left
different.
it for both days.
Yeah. It's amazing the change in bowling over the 50 years that this CBA has been going on. This is the 53rd year, I believe, of the CBA. But it's just amazing the difference. Everything's done by hand. We had
Well,
two
yeah.
squads always.
Your math was done by hand. You didn't have computers to do it.
No, we knew what I had. What happened to me now? I forgot.
I think Eric's got the hardest job in front of him on paper.
Yeah?
Because
I just think Davey's going to be pretty tough here. Chad's got two young guys that he's going to bowl against.
good point.
One of them, right?
Okay.
One of them, no matter what. And Clark and Brent are two of the lower seeds as well.
But they're seasoned veterans.
They are. They are. I don't know. When I look at it on paper, if Davey wins that match, I think that 5 and 8 ends up being
A tough match.
that's a tough match. I think between two veterans for sure.
Yes.
And honestly, this might go the other way. Whoever actually gets there might actually kind of have the advantage, you know, knowledge, experience, and everything else. So, yeah. Anyways, just a quick observation.
You know what happens then? That's going to totally be different than what you just said.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I have $1 American says that's exactly.
I don't know. Does that come within the form of libations?
Oh, sure can.
Okay, that's just
You're empty.
that's what I'm trying to say.
I don't. My can's gone.
Well, there's somebody named Brent Newman who brought some stuff from Loose Line Brewery
He did.
up here. We got to talk about that. So Brent Newman works for Loose Line Brewery, and he sponsors a. After everybody's all done qualifying, he takes a name out of the non-cashers, and that person, if he's here in the house when we draw, gets a free entry into the next tournament. Actually, this is going to be the next single tournament, which will be November instead of the doubles. That is paid for by Loose Line Brewery. So it's a
Yeah,
cool
he
thing.
couldn't pick my name. I mean,
Couldn't pick mine either,
unbelievable.
but he picked
Jeff Walter. But
Jeff
he also-
Walter. Yes,
And but he had someone else that hadn't. Zachary Carroll.
That's right.
Had taken off beforehand.
You could.
Unfortunately, I have to be here.
You got to be here to
Claim
win
your
it,
prize.
claim the prize, and we want to know that you're going to make next month. Like if there's a reason you can't make it, then you
Yeah.
turn it back. Now it could come up where something happens you can't make it when you get to that tournament or that date. But in the meantime, we want to make sure that yes, you plan on bowling it.
Speaking of Brent's on our right side here.
Oh, we'll have to watch him. He also likes to put stuff out on Facebook to guess my score.
Yes, and he had one for today.
He did, and I guessed a score of 1623 for his 8 games of qualifying, and he had 1641. And I said, damn, I just didn't think you were that good. But I only missed by 18 pins.
Yeah.
But somebody might have guessed 1641. I'm right on the nose. I don't know who that was.
Yeah.
But and they get a 4-pack of beer or something
Yeah.
like that.
Oh, all right.
What do we got here?
Buddy system.
It's a hazy IPA. It's, funny.
Loose Line.
It's called
Throw it
Buddy
on the floor for
System. I like it. 16 fluid ounce can. Can you hear that? Can you guys hear the?
I was kind of hoping there's a beer his company makes called the Greens Fees.
Yeah.
Really?
But I was really kind of hoping that was in the stash he had, but
Unfortunately, I don't have that. We did sell out of it when he brought it up, but that is a good one too.
Is anything on tap, or is it just all cans that he brought up? here
Currently,
right now?
all cans.
I just-
We had Foggy Bottom.
Foggy Bottom's very good.
I have. You gave me some of that. I've had that before. Yes.
We had that on tap, and then the state tournament started, and it was sponsored by Ernix, and so we, they gave up half the sponsorship money for the state tournament. They were really good to us, so we gave them that tap handle back for the state tournament.
Well, it makes total
Makes
sense.
sense.
And we got a tournament coming up here.
That just sweep a.
It didn't
That just sweep the 4-pin on. Yeah, just swept the 4-pin on 4-pin. Yeah.
So Zach's got to set the 4-pin up on that. So
Well, Zach doesn't have to, but
good point. He's got to shoot at it after they set the 4-pin
We'll
up.
make Jade do it.
yeah.
Okay, let me.
I
Zach,
might quit bowling if I have to go set my own pins back up.
let me phrase that. Zach has to have that 4-pin set up
There
before
you
you.
go.
See, literal. Some people take things literally.
I can tell you after a couple of years now of bowling league while having the center, I would absolutely quit bowling if I had to work my own stuff because I do sometimes and I don't like it.
Right. Buddy system.
As we talk about sometimes having to work while bowling, Jeff Walter steps into the booth
We talked about that.
and he was a lifesaver for us today.
And that's why he won the free entry to the
I
next
guarantee
tournament.
you.
He got paid.
You bet.
That's not really why, but Jeff Walter did win the loose line. We were just talking about it, the
Yep.
stuff that Brett does to sponsor the CBA tournament. Speaking of that, let's talk about others.
Nice.
He might
there we
not.
watched.
He might not have got that if the 4-pin wasn't there.
That's
Right.
right.
We
Maybe
helped
it
him
was
out.
easier. A sponsorship of bowling tournaments. I always sponsored what I could and things, and I like what Brent's doing for loose line. But what about the other? What's the quadruple thing that's going on down Rochester,
Oh,
Owatonna?
And here.
And here,
Yeah, we have a
and
tournament here.
is it lacrosse too? Or what?
That's right.
Explain this now to me. What tournaments and how's that work?
Okay, so the first one is a new event at Owatonna, sponsored by Champions Pro Shop. That's Riley Howe.
Okay.
I shouldn't say sponsored by. He's the tournament director, and he came up with the format. The sponsor is Shelby Dino, I believe, is who bought Larson siding and windows from
Tim Mayer. Okay.
and he's the one that put up $10,000, $2,500 per event as added money for this quadruple crown.
Right.
So it's the Champions Pro Shop Owatonna. That's this month. And then the Lacrosse Open is in November. We'll be live streaming.
We
that
will be.
one.
Jason and I will be live streaming. You gotta wear your tux.
Yep, my Tux t-shirt.
As long as it's not the same weekend as the Twin Cities, or not Twin Cities Masters, one of them, whatever that Masters
It's the
is.
same weekend as our CBA. So Lacrosse Open on Saturday, CBA on Sunday.
You can bowl them both.
Yeah, it's fun to get back to the cities about 1:30 a.m., get that hotel room for about 4 hours, and then get down to the CBA site.
Is that what we're doing, Jason?
That's what I did last year. Yeah.
I couldn't make it last year, but I'll make it this year. But I will be getting a place closer to Concord
It's
or
at
something.
Concord, and there's a nice hotel basically right across the street. Down
That's what I'm doing, Jason.
Envision or whatever.
Yep, that's where I'll be as well.
We'll be at the South Side Stockyards.
Yep, that's
Well,
right.
that works.
And then February is our event. And
Not
then,
named yet,
oh wait,
right?
December's 1st, and that's the Rochester match games, the holiday match
Yeah.
games. That's the third event. And then February is here, and that's going to be directed by Nevin. I'm just hosting it here. But he's got a format he's coming up with, and I don't think there's been a name for it yet.
Right, I think it's not named quite
But
yet.
Third Street Brew House is being courted as a added sponsor to that event.
That's I like all that because it gets bowling out. There's more money to be won. People always say there's no money to be won in bowling. No money to be won. So we need more things to bowl, and all of a sudden somebody does that and they win some money. Then they bowl another tournament, they bowl another one, and all of a sudden bowling gets a big picture around. I like it.
Yep. No, I think it's a fantastic thing, and huge shout out to Shelby Dino. I mean, that's
Well,
really cool.
you need that one person to step up and put money back into the game.
Yep.
That's a lot of money to put into a
That
game.
sure
So
is.
is there like a point system for the 4 tournaments that you can win something
I
at
bel-
the end there?
Well, there has to
That's
be,
exactly it.
and don't know how they're going to do it. Do you know how they're going to do it?
Yeah,
I like it.
I know it's
Do you have
added
to bowl
money.
all 4 then?
I
To
believe
get
so.
in that event? All right.
Well, we used to have the Triple Crown and the Quadruple Crown, and no, it wasn't. It was called the Triple Crown, and then the senior was the Grand Slam, because
Yes.
that's what I used to
Yes.
run. And That was a good thing. You had to bowl the 3 Masters tournaments. And if you were a senior, you'd bowl. At the time, we only had a Minnesota Senior Masters. So you bowled 3 Masters tournaments and a Senior Masters. That was a Grand Slam. And who wants to come to St. Cloud to bowl the 4th one?
Everybody.
Oh,
We got
everybody.
nice hotels. We have beautiful lanes.
Speaking of that triple count, I would have won it the year they stopped doing it. Because I went first at Minneapolis, second at St. Paul, like 10th at the state. And I went up and asked you after that, and you said, "Yeah, we're not doing it anymore." And I was like, "Perfect."
Did I say that after you would have won, or did I say it after?
I don't think you knew where I was sitting. You just knew I was asking the question.
Yeah, okay.
That was enough to tell me no.
We didn't have a sponsor. Well, we didn't have a sponsor. There's a lot of other reasons why we didn't have one, but I won't get into that.
We got Dave on cruise control here at the moment, right in front of us.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
This one isn't a huge match, but it looks to be the closest and biggest scoring of what we got in front of us.
Because as we mentioned, if you lose this match, you're eliminated.
Yeah, this is now straight elimination. So loser of these 3 matches are going to place 10th, 11th, and 12th. And that's the other part that we didn't mention yet. That will be based upon their entire day.
Right,
They
all
will be
pins.
placed 10th, 11th, and 12th, not by their last game that they lost, but based on their entire 11 games of bowling to this point.
Correct.
And they're by average then will place 10th, 11th, and 12th, and there will be a monetary difference between those 3 spots.
Right, actually,
Yep.
it should be, yes.
Yep. So they're not just going out of the same round and all paying the same like a lot of events do. We'll give the extra dollar amounts to those that average higher throughout the entire day.
You know, and we do that in the Masters tournaments that we
Correct.
run too, where
Yep.
even though you're eliminated in the same round, we've kept track of all the scores all day, and you will be, because even if you go out like 7th and 8th in a regular Masters tournament, you don't get the same amount of money because
Correct.
7th had more, unless you totally tied on total pins.
Right.
Correct.
But there are other Master tournaments that would pay everybody the same amount if you got all 4. That was always wrong to me, which is why I never
USBC
did it.
Masters is that way.
Oh, we got a pin in the channel on 14. Uh-oh.
From the wrong lane, that came from 15 into 14.
Oh, that's what they were talking about over there? Well, would you put it back into 15? You put it on 14.
Well, it's going to go in 15. You can't be short pins over
Is he
there.
gonna? What's he
Does
gonna
he
do?
know?
I don't know. I hope so.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
Maybe he'll put it in his pocket and walk back.
He might. See, that's what I do. Jay is showing off by running down. That's what I do too.
Yeah.
Show everybody you can do
Okay,
it.
what's he gonna do? Is he gonna slide it back? Oh, he
well,
just slid it
he
back
gotta
into
move a pin.
14.
Yeah, now we're going to have to tell him.
He's gonna have to go in the back.
He's a brave soul. I don't know I could trust the gutter
You know,
caps to hold
I was just gonna say that
Have you
sounded
not
loud.
seen- You not seen me run down there?
I have, but
They can hold me. They can hold anyone.
Well, that sounded like heavy foot on
Right.
that. He doesn't have light feet.
Are you saying I sounded lighter? That's
I'm
the
just-
best compliment I've ever received.
I'm just saying that didn't sound like light feet.
Be nice if they weren't hollow underneath there.
Right.
You do bounce a lot. when you
Yes,
run.
exactly. So Clark Polzer is bowling against
Brent?
Brent Newman, and so Clark's got 99 in the 4th, strike up in the 5th, going for a double, and to take a commanding lead. Well, maybe 10-pin lead. Kind of
20.
commanding.
yeah, I was gonna say a little more. Than 10.
Yeah, I think it's 20. But that's KMS math, so don't get too caught up.
Well, I
in
said
that.
command.
That's Edison math. So.
Yeah.
Well, KMS, cool. They just added on 42 more lockers this year for this school year.
We keep growing.
And here's the next thing. They need to pass a bond program to redo all their athletic lockers in their locker room. So if that passes, they're going to buy some lockers next year. You know anybody who lives that area that can, the referendum is what they're having
Yeah,
actually. So
I know a few people. I was just going to say that the town keeps getting smaller, but somehow the school keeps getting larger.
they come from elsewhere.
Open
It's
enrollment
that
Yes.
math.
is
Yes.
huge out there.
Yeah.
We added 5. We lost 50. We're up. We're up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The town went from 800 to 650, but we're up 32 kids in school.
It's a big deal, believe it or not, in Minneapolis, because people are leaving the Minneapolis schools, so they don't know if they should close them, and because they're really not yet. So they still have the same amount of classrooms, but they don't have enough teachers anymore because the teachers left to go elsewhere because other schools, the charter schools, are starting. So therefore, there's a shortage of teachers all over. So I don't know the answer to it, but it's not. To me, there are more schools, and I'm in the locker business, as you know. But in Minneapolis alone, there are more lockers in their schools than there are students.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and so they don't need as many schools. But then again, you have to have schools close to the neighborhood so it's easy for them to get to. You can't just be bused wherever. And the only people who go to open enrollment are the ones that have parents can actually have time to drive them there, or local. Maybe they have a local car sharing thing or whatever. Somebody drives them 3 or 4 to school every day. I don't know. It happens a lot in Hopkins and Minnetonka, where people open enroll in those schools, and like Hill Murray, which is why they always had a really good hockey team. If you're good in whatever sport, you went to that school.
Oh boy. Well, anything we can watch this. Well, actually, I was gonna say 11 and 12 would be.
Well, let's can we watch 11 and 12?
We sure can.
Because it doesn't matter the
I think it's
score;
cool.
it's a close match.
Yep. 8 pins, I think. Oh no, my math's off again. I thought they were. I didn't realize he just finished the 8th, not the 7th.
When I glanced over at 50, I thought it was 10 pins, and I looked at the same score twice. Because I can't see behind the tripods. I originally said commanding, then it said 10, because I looked at the same score. But so let's watch. We got to watch Cody anyway.
Ooh, light 7-8.
Ooh.
That
Okay, so you could pick this up easier than him because you can throw it straighter and harder. Can you throw it straight? We're about to find out.
Yeah.
Because you got to throw. I mean, sure, you could hook at it, you could pick it up, but you're taking a big chance. You got to throw it. I'd take my spare ball and throw it down the left side of the lane, try to hit, obviously, right between them. I'm not sure what he's going to do. Is he going to hook the 8 into the...
Definitely throw at it like I was throwing at the 4 pin.
Is he going to try to hit the 8 into the 7?
Nope, he's looking to it. You got it?
See? That's why we're back here. That's why I'm back here. Why am I? Yeah, I've never seen him miss that.
Neither have I.
Exactly, yeah. So that kept him in the lead
10.
by 10 pins, too. So I know this, though. If he strikes out, he can't lose.
That's correct. Heck, if he gets the next 3, he can't be beat. He's like, oh, he's going to get 1 pick. Oh. It's pretty good.
That's just unfair. the amount of the revs and stuff that these two-handers, and, okay, not just two-handers, but young guys in general.
Well, they throw pins around, man.
I know it.
Hard to beat a guy that can throw 40 pins around while he's only hitting 10.
Exactly, yeah. And what I like about that one there, too, is the posting of the shot.
Yeah.
Not falling off. Just and that always impressed me with Zach Andreessen. He posted every shot all the time. And look at Brady right there, just posted the same thing. Oh, and he needed that big time to have a chance. But it's not over yet, because mathematically it's not over. But he's got 184 and 185 pace is what Cody's going at. So you never know.
Zach's lost it.
I think he's lost it now. I crossed him twice today. He bowled with Eric all day long. Crossed him in like the 5th game or something like that, or 4th, whatever, the first time, and he had like only like 190, but he just hit the pocket a lot. And then I said, oh, and he left a solid 9 on 1. And I go, oh, don't worry, you'll get lucky here and there. And the next time we crossed, he had 250 back to back. So he was just getting lined up, I believe, and that was on 1 and 2. I think he's running out of gas.
Yeah, I think.
Are you referring to Zach?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tank's empty.
He's another one. He's local. and he bowls league in the house. He also puts him in practice, so it's good to see him have some success. He comes down and practices a few times a week at least. So always nice to see those that come in and work a little bit at it,
Have some success.
some success. So that was his first CBA cut today.
I didn't know I knew that.
Today, right? Two
Yeah,
firsters?
Cody was his first CBA
Ever.
ever. So
So yeah, Brady Gustafson, I just struck in the first one in the 10th, so he gets this one right here. If you talk about, he strikes out, he's got 184.
Yep.
Cody needs to go, get 20 in the 10th.
Right.
yep.
Spare strike,
Make him show
or
up.
like we always say, the best spare in the world is strike.
Yeah.
George Peterson said it to me once. It didn't make sense, but it does.
Yeah, well, that makes a lot of
Well,
sense.
because it's not a spare.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, he did it.
he did.
Okay.
9 or better. The wheels fell off.
Guys
the
gotta
woman.
go.
Oh yeah. Gotta get pairing set up. Jason's got to go do some tournament directing.
Finally working.
Oh yeah, finally working. Yeah, got to figure out where they're going to go to the next match. They don't want to bowl on the same pair they just came off of.
Right.
Even though they're going to be bowling on like these 6 lanes, they're trying to change around a little bit so you're not bowling back to back on the same lanes.
Price hasn't shown us moving very back in with his leg up high enough. They're showing on the
Okay, 184 for Brady. He did exactly what he needed to do
He
to
got
force Cody to get 20.
But like you said, Cody strikes over. Best bears a strike.
Exactly. So, what goes through your mind on this? Because you don't want to get a split. You want to leave a spare or something, but you still want to just throw the best shot possible.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's just what he did. Threw the best shot possible and comes back. Oh, he's all excited. Look at him. Look at him. Slap
Barely
it.
can contain his
Exactly.
emotions.
So that means Cody Adams is going to bowl
Chad.
Nelson.
Dave will bowl Eric, and Clark will
Clark.
bowl Brent, or bowl William.
William, yes, right. Okay, so that means Zach and Brent and Brady are eliminated.
And
So
10th,
they're
11th, and 12th,
and
right?
based on their total pinfall is their position. So I'm looking at the Twins game down there. It's like 0-0 in like the 8th inning or 7th inning or something like that, whatever.
Yep.
And Pablo Lopez, who's been like one of the better Twins pitchers in the last month and a half or so, he hasn't really gotten a lot of support except for the last time out. They scored like 20 runs.
Yeah, they just piled in one game.
I know, that's just not right, though, is it?
Cody answered it.
He should have.
Once we talked about it, he got all excited too.
I think he came back and did one of these.
He,
I don't know what he did.
I'd say it's a good
There's one clip.
It's a good trait to have. I don't know who's.
It's a very good
helping-
trait to have.
I don't know who's helping to mold that type of trait, but that sure is good work.
Well, it really is. We talked about this. You get all excited when you get that one shut him out. So that one he could have gotten excited on because he won. But if you get the first one in the 10th
Right.
and you get all excited about it, but yet you still need the second one, sometimes you've used up all your energy and then you don't throw the next shot very well because you're not totally focused on it.
Yeah.
You go home.
Mark, you get William.
You'll be bowling William Jones. We don't know the pair yet. Keep going.
You have to.
We do. So Clark Bolzer is going to bowl William Jones because he won, and Dave Woolman beat Zach, so he's going to bowl Eric Schott, and Cody Adams beat Brady Gustafson, so he's going to be bowling Chad Nelson. We just don't have the lay-in set up for those yet. And then whoever wins these matches, all 3 of them are going to bowl one game, and for seeding purposes, well, actually the 6 would be eliminated, and the other 2 would get 4th and 5th.
Scores doesn't mean anything except for the win.
Right now, scores. Well, it does mean something.
If
If
you
you're
lose, it-
eliminated in the same round, you could be at a different place because scores for all day are going to count. But so, like these 3 losers in the first round, they're going to be 10th, 11th, and 12th based on their 11-game total pinfall. So it does matter a little bit, but not so much. $5-10 worth, and points. Points too. Points matter.
Points do matter.
Speaking of points, Brent Newman is going to do the stats for us starting this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got all the stat program together and talked him to helping out do that. So he's gonna, and Jason and I will double check him all the time to make sure. But we're gonna get him involved in. He wants to be involved more in the CBA, and we need people to do stuff behind the scenes. Looks like Willie Castro just got a triple. So I don't know what's. I'm not sure how many. I'm gonna have
Is this
to.
a replay?
That's the replay right there. I'm gonna get back on here and see what's going on and look at my phone because that camera or that TV is on lane 1 and 2, and I'm behind lane 13, whatever. So let's look at plays right here. We're at the bottom of the 7th. Well, there's 2 outs when he did that though, so we need Julian to get a hit here to knock him in. Or you ever hear of this thing called a wild pitch?
Yeah, I have.
I like it when that happens. From here it looked like and he swung and missed, but it looked like he hit a home run. Well, we're gonna try to watch that while Jason gets the scores going.
So would the best type of hit be a home run? Like the best type of spare
It's a strike, yeah.
2 shots in each.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you should get 2 shots in each pair, each lane. I mean, although this, you just need to get ahead. So
right.
I don't care if it's a dribbler down the third base line. I'll tell you this.
Excuse me, bunt?
Yeah, I'll tell you this. So I watch a lot of baseball, as you know, and a lot of games. And I watch Julian, and he hits the ball on the ground at a second or short, whatever. He just dogs it to first. He does not ever run hard, and I'm not happy about it. So I'm not sure if he's hurting or not, whatever. But it's disappointing to me.
He's no Kirby Puckett. Kirby
No,
runs
exactly.
everything out.
I mean, Royce Lewis runs everything out, and even Jorge Polanco runs everything out. And they talk about Carlos Correa. He doesn't. He's got that plantar fasciitis.
Sure.
But there was a story I read. He's hitting the most double plays, set a Twins record, whatever. And they asked him, "How do you do that? Or what happened? Why do you do that so often?" He goes, "Well, because I'm slow as F." And he's not very fast, but I don't think he runs hard all the time. So other than that, though, he's doing just fine. And Julian struck out, so it didn't really matter. So we're going into the 8th inning, whatever. And okay, we didn't know if we heard Jason down there talking. We were talking baseball while you were giving stuff out there, whatever.
As long as they heard.
They might have heard. So we got Cody Adams, going against Chet Nelson, and they're going to be on
13-14.
13-14. You got Dave Ullman against Eric Schott, being 15-16. And then Clark Polzer and William Jones,
17-18.
17-18. Oh, we're not going 11 and 12.
Well, I need
That's
11
fine.
and 12 open because all the winners have to go
There you
against
go.
each other on
So you got to
another
turn
pair.
17-18 on. And so you get 2 shots on each lane. We do this all the time when you go to another pair. You really do need to, especially if you're, like, say you're, first bowler, you throw that's hooking more, and the other guy already saw you bowl. So it's not really not fair. You got to get a couple shots. Although we don't do it all the time in the Minnesota Masters. We go game to game. Sometimes we just go.
Well, because typically everybody's still bowling.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Because these guys, okay, good point. Because these 3 guys who came on the bowl came from their practice pair, and it's totally different because you're just trying to stay loose. You're really not really trying to get lined up on
You
the
don't
other
get
pair.
lined up on the practice pair.
Yeah, but you want to get lined up on this pair, so you've got like nowhere to stand or where to throw.
Yeah.
At least that's what I would do if I wasn't sitting back here.
already have the 4, 5, and 6 are there. So this is now elimination. This is already done. Those losers are actually 10, 12, and 12.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff, doesn't he?
Now, you lose. Yeah, those
Our pitcher got some good.
Oh, Pablo Lopez. I was actually just looking it up. See what he's done. 7 innings, 2 hits, 12 strikeouts, 91 pitches. Is he back out? He is back out for the 8th inning after 91 pitches through 7. He got a 2-hit shutout for him. Only difference is what the Twins have done is how many hits do they have? 3. Vasquez got 1 and Willie Castro's got 2. They've gone through 3 pitchers. Twins got just 1. That's all right. All I can say is they're not losing.
That's true.
And it's not a must-win for them. It really isn't.
It's a nice one.
It's a nice one. There you go. Their magic number is 13, and he's got what that is. For those of you who don't know baseball, the combination of Twins wins and Cleveland Guardians losses, the total 13 means the Twins win the division, and then they get into the playoffs, which they're going to make it no matter what. Because Cleveland's going to lose 6 or 7 more easily, if not more than that, of the next 20.
So I was talking to a buddy about this. I go, the good news is Twins don't have to play the Yankees in the first round.
Yeah. People always been saying that to me too. But this is the year they would beat them freaking Yankees. And I also say that the Twins players could care less who they play.
Yeah.
People ask me, and I just say, I would like I don't. The only team that I kind of fear of they playing in the first round is Houston.
Yeah.
So if Houston wins that division, then they're not going to have to play them. The Twins would play the 3rd wild card team, which could be Seattle, Texas, Toronto, or Tampa. Of those 4, 3 are going to make it, and the Twins would play the worst one of those.
I gotta see this.
You can have that. Denny Schott just stopped into our booth. Wants to see what his son Eric's doing. If you lose, you're out on this round. This is elimination for sure. You got to win to move forward. Make sense to you, Denny?
I had it explained to me a number of times.
State Hall of Famer Denny Schott is in our booth right here and won 5 or 6 CBA titles himself.
Handful of Eagles.
Handful of 4 of them, as a matter of fact.
Handful, yes.
Yes, I like it.
But
Watching his
in
son
his
Eric.
day, it would be 10 games of qualifying, top 12 for round robin match
In
play
2
the
days.
next day.
Yes, the next day, exactly.
So this format kind of
It's
made it a
simple.
little confusing.
Yeah, exactly. He knew what to do on,
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way it was.
Denny, didn't you win a tournament up? Did you win a Man-Dan tournament one time or Minot or something? Yeah, I remember that because I remember we discussed it. This one came to mind way back because I remember you telling me we bowled a Tuesday at Saxon at the same time, and you came back in the tournament and you won. You explained to me how it was so much oil and you had to hold the ball really low and go slow and whatever to get the ball to. And so I think about that all the time when I bowl when there's a lot of oil.
Yeah.
Because I remember you told me like friggin' 40 years ago.
How to slow down the ball speed the right way.
Yeah,
Wasn't that
exactly.
the tournament?
Less
If
of
they
the
shot
swing plane. Yep.
you shoot a 300, you got a car.
Yeah, back then, yeah.
This might have been before that. This is how long ago it was.
No, that was the one you won. One in Man or whatever. Yeah.
I won against Jeff Smith.
Oh, beat that lefty. Where's Jeff Smith, by the way?
Oh, I had a definite advantage.
Painting in Little Falls.
Yeah.
Yep.
I bowled on the same pair when I got done with match play, and then I met him in the final on the same
Oh, same pair. Ah, okay.
Yeah, and there was a distinct difference on the pair, but I started with 6 and he was hunting for the shot.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so you remember all that?
I remember that part of it.
I just remember what you told me.
Your part I don't remember.
I remember it. We were talking about it at. Here's another thing I remember that you told me once. Way back, I think it was like '86. This because I went back-to-back second place finishes in CBA tournaments, like August, September, or September, October, something like that. Went down to Tuesday night bowling the Saxon straightaway, and he comes up to me and goes, "Are you ever going to win one?" Oh, thanks, Danny.
I think it was a payback.
Yeah, I think it might have been.
He
Yeah,
might have gave me a little shit. I had to get it back.
probably. Yeah. The good old days, Danny. The good old days. Yeah.
Long time ago.
Okay, let's get. We got 2 pair we could actually watch if you wanted to.
So we're on the 15-16.
So we can see them all. Actually,
We can see them all. Well, no, we can't hit 17 and 18.
Well, we can see the ball going down the lane over there.
Correct.
and
You can see that.
We can tell you like
And you
who-
can see the guy on the left.
Yeah, so we'll be able to.
Yeah, I just needed to keep one. I wanted to keep one of the camera pairs clean, so to speak, so we could move everybody there and have
other
the,
words,
3 on one pair.
You had some thoughts behind this. This doesn't just happen by
I might have
itself.
planned it.
Not just a hat rack up there.
Oh, I like that. I never heard that.
Pretty good.
That is pretty good. Pablo Lopez gets through that 8th inning. Like about 100 something to get a standing ovation at Target Field. The best thing that can happen right now is the Twins should score in the bottom of the 8th and bring in Joan Duran. They got to score. They got to get ahead right now.
If Rocco would have pulled him like the Mets had pulled their starter, the message words would have been gone nuts. Well, why do you pull him out of there?
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Now they left him in there. Had he given up? Well, why didn't you pull him out before him?
You know, hindsight is 2020.
Oh,
I say whatever.
Another stat you can look at.
Okay.
I think I'm the only guy who won the St. Paul Masters and the St. Paul Senior Masters.
Oh, you could be right. I know those kind of things too.
I'm the only guy that's done it.
That's some factoid stuff.
And you're
there's
only
some
the only guy.
factors,
If you are the guy, you are going to only be the guy because there's no St. Paul Masters anymore.
And there's no St. Paul Senior Masters.
So
It's just a Twin City Masters
Yeah.
now. Because there's no St. Paul Minneapolis.
right.
So the St. Paul Senior Masters and the St. Paul Masters, your deal. I'm not doubting you, but I'm going to check and see. I like that
I'd like to
factoid
know,
stuff.
too.
I like that factoid stuff.
That's a good one. That's a great factoid.
Oh yeah. I know Lumpy hasn't done that. And he's won like every Masters there is that he's been able to bowl.
Just don't bowl the 50s.
Yeah, well, he can now.
Yeah, you can now.
Yeah. That's right. There's no more St. Paul Masters. There's no more St. Paul Senior Masters. It's just so all we got now.
No more Minneapolis.
No, it's just Twin City Masters. So there's and a Twin City Senior Masters, and then there's a Minnesota Masters and Minnesota Senior Masters. So we have 4 Masters tournaments where we used to have 6,
Right.
which is disappointing to me. I thought they were going to still keep a
hoping
Twin
they
City
would.
East and Twin City West or something. And somebody told me, well, the people say there's too many tournaments, and I go, not singles tournaments
No.
like that. And then also I thought they're going to have the team challenge.
Oh yeah.
And they said the same. Well, there's not enough team tournaments to bowl anymore. So why did you get rid of that one? So
Hopefully we reevaluate.
we need different people in the associations. I don't know. First of all, I don't want to say they're not doing a good job. They're just different than the bowlers, the top bowlers from years ago, the competitive bowlers. You need to get different people who have different ideas and say that we need to have all these tournaments and have. And the other part of that is you need to have like one person run them, but I wouldn't want to do it.
Right.
And so I'm thankful for all those guys who want to run these tournaments, and they don't get paid anything to do it, and they donate their time, which I appreciate it completely. They have it, whatever. But so I'd rather have more, but you need people to run them, and then you got to find places to have them. Bowling centers are getting harder to find a place to have tournaments because they make a lot of money on their open bowling, especially when you get too late on a Saturday, or whatever, their parties. Sundays they have their parties, and then they have the cosmic, whatever they call that bowling now, cosmic bowling and all that. They don't have moonlight bowling anymore, but they make a lot of money on that. Whatever, cosmic or are there different things? Some Brunswick calls one and AMF calls another, or are they all just cosmic?
They're all cosmic, I'm pretty sure at this point. A lot of those, like the Boleros, like they'll run cosmic starting at like 6 o'clock at night.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, they just shut the lights off and have some, so they can charge more for that. And they charge per hour per lane now.
Yep.
I actually think that's good if I go practice.
Right.
I don't want to pay by the game, I play by the hour, and just give me one lane. I don't care. Oh, I should practice though. I haven't done that for a while. I did a little bit ago.
Isn't that what league bowling is?
That's what I use it for, Matt. Unfortunately, yes. Mainly because I don't want to say I don't care so much in league, but I'm averaging what I'm averaging, and I'm not sandbagging where I'm, only averaging 190 or anything. But I will use a different bowling ball and try a few different things, but I'm not going to average 240. I don't care how hard I try in the league.
Yeah.
Now Brady Stearns, he did that today, and I tried today.
Right.
I think Cody's a little bit lost. He went high on the right lane, whipped it over in the left lane, and especially when your opponent starts out with a 5-bagger,
It's tough.
it is tough because it's hard to say, I gotta stay in there, because right now he's at 230.
And your opponent hasn't missed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he made it.
So of all these two-handers, all I really know about them or know to watch for is they post a shot or not.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they do in their second, third, the fourth time step where they kind of hop and throw. I don't know what position they should be in, where the ball should be. So I don't know if he's in time, out of time, or whatever.
Right.
I have no idea what to do on that stuff. I wish somebody could explain. There goes a wrap 10 right there.
Yep. Yucky.
How about that for posting the shot?
Oh, yeah.
Soft off his hand.
It's-
Get some just enough revs to carry out that 10.
It's a
And-
rarity to see him fall off a shot.
Oh, exactly.
And 90% of the time, if he does, it's the tackiness of the approach.
It's really bad.
Overslide, yeah.
You know another guy who never falls off a shot? David Langer.
Oh, yeah.
I bowl with Lumpy.
Oh, he's so short. He's so close to the ground. Like, he can't really get off
Okay,
kilter.
good point. I'm not much taller than him. Taller now that I had a hip replaced. But
No, you're right.
he never falls off the shot. I bowl with him all the time in the summer. And, he subs with us once in a while at Flaherty's on Friday nights. He's usually working. If we need a bowler, he might bowl once in a while. But I bowled with him for 20 years. And just, I don't know. I have more trouble early in tournaments getting my footing.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's approaches. I'm sure it's me. I really am sure it's me. But once in a while I get a tacky approach, but I try to figure out how can I post a shot and so early I can't do it. So then I'm all over. And I pull this one, I drop this one. I don't get comfortable, I guess, right away. I don't know. Could be the shoes. Could be older. Could be guys like Brady Stearns, who has a wire brush all the time.
Yeah.
Chad does it all the time. Is that, I don't know, habit?
The quick answer is always footwork. I mean, it's always timing.
Well, that's what I
footwork,
think,
right?
yeah.
I mean, it is.
Your first couple steps are too quick or
Yeah,
too slow. Or
it's always that.
Yeah, because if I'm going along fine and all of a sudden I stick and there's nothing on the approach, obviously it's me. I went up there too quick, too slow. The ball's not in the right position.
And when I say that, I mean, obviously, all bowlers know there's a correlation, the timing between the footwork and the arm swing. I'm a guy that tends to blame the footwork when I coach and say it's all about your feet. But of course, it also has to do with where does the ball drop into the swing in correlation to the feet. So, I mean, you can pull one and you can drop one because the arm is behind, but that, to me, is always a factor of the feet being too fast. So the arm's not really behind, the feet are too fast.
Okay.
But there are those that are of the camp that say, well, then you need to get the ball into the swing sooner. But I think when people focus on the swing part of it, the feet run to catch up, and then they get fast feet at the end of the swing.
All right.
So I like to try to teach people to be a little slower with the whole process from the get-go and let it build just slight momentum as they get to the line.
So I know exactly what you're saying, because people always say, my feet are too fast.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you do to slow your feet down? I don't think you can just walk slower.
No, it's
It's the swing.
It's
The
the
start.
the
Yeah, there you go.
start. Yeah.
I try to explain that
Slow
to
down the
everybody.
start.
So if I'm going up there, I have fast feet, I think, on anyway. as far as maybe my timing. But if I know it's going too fast, I will make sure I swing the ball, start slower, then everything comes back up.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I take a shorter first step.
that works too.
No.
But you don't think about walking slower.
No.
You can't. That's why I think you can't do that.
I think about just starting it slower.
Yep.
I agree.
The
There.
push away slows down, the first step slows down, and then I just go into the cadence.
Some of your best bowling is when you're painfully slow.
Painfully slow. I used to say that all
Painfully
the time.
slow?
Yep. Yep. Yeah. And what was it? In Minot that one year, you made the cut and you were.
Oh, that wasn't when he used one ball of the 12? That wasn't the one?
No,
that wasn't
no,
that day.
no. He was leading, I think.
Yeah,
after
right, yes.
match
Oh, I
play,
remember
and
that. I
the game
remember
comes
watching
in,
that.
And I remember talking to Eric, and Eric goes, "Yeah, he's painfully slow." And I went over and looked at him. And sure enough, it was just like slow motion
Yeah,
start.
really was.
well, I think watching you bowl a lot, Jason, you do just have that slow cadence up there. You're just kind of walking nicely, and then the ball just goes.
Yeah.
It's when this gets quick.
That's trouble. You got to push
So,
away and the first steps quick.
I have two really good bowlers on my. Yeah,
Yeah, that was a really good shot.
I got more than two really good bowlers on my tournament team, but two really good ones with Sam Lanto and Johnny's. And Sam has this long push away and whatever, and he's solid at the line all the time. And John doesn't hit that at all, but they're both solid at the line. They get there the same timing always, and they get two different cadences in their bowling.
I think Sam has got the classical USBC taught. They used to teach a ratio, like if the swing is in the first step, then your feet are in the first
Yeah.
step. So it was 1-1. Sam truly is a 1-1, a 2-2, a 3-3,
Yeah,
and a 4-4.
exactly. You're right. Yes.
His arm and his feet are in the positions they are supposed to be in based
At
on the
every
textbook
step.
in each step along
Okay.
that swing. John is quick with all of it. His feet are fast, his swing is fast, but they match up incredibly.
He's
incredible.
Well, he talked about how he's short with long arms.
Yeah.
And
Like a gorilla?
well, I don't want to say that. So you missed Jason before. We were asking about a two-hander, watching Cody bowl.
Yeah, for sure.
So me not knowing anything about where the ball's supposed to start, how do we know if he's all in time? All I know is he posts the shot, so I figure everything is in time that way. But I wouldn't have any idea what position the ball's supposed to be where with two-handers.
It's fairly similar, honestly. The biggest thing too that I have interjected with Cody along the way is he used to finish solid 1.5 to 2 feet behind the foul
okay.
line. So I've got him to get a lot closer, get the ball out on the lane with less effort. Actually set it down on top of the lane instead of propelling. His dad is the coach of the aforementioned Crush.
Okay.
Cody shot 193.
So his
Sam.
his dad also, is in his ear all the time with coaching. And again, like I said, he practices a bunch. But he definitely works on
193. Chad's gonna shoot the 250s. Yeah,
Whoa.
250s.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's throwing lumber around.
Ooh, settle down, Chad.
There, we can switch it over there.
You don't need that many right now, Chad. All right, sorry we were interrupting.
No, it's anyways, the mechanics really don't change a whole lot. The swing plane is obviously shorter. It doesn't go into a long backswing, but the timing and the places really should follow that same cadence, the same evenness with the feet.
Okay. Maybe if I watched more from the side, I really only watch. I watch them, but I don't watch them close.
I think a lot of two-handers
250s from
have that little hop step like
Yes.
Belmo has.
Right.
And if you have that, like if you look at a Belmo and then you look at like
He
a
does have
Kyle
a little
Troop,
hop.
right? Troop just walks.
Yeah.
Belmo's got that little hop. I think those that
Simo
are
has a hop,
slower
doesn't
to
he?
push it out
Yes.
and away
Yeah.
have the hop, and those that are actually a little quicker with the timing of it walk. Chris By walks,
Yep.
right? And again, Troop walks. Belmo and Simo hop. It's not just because you end their name in O's.
IHOPPO. IHOPPO.
It's Hopple.
Oh, yeah.
Abo?
Imagine what he'd do if he was two-handed.
Oh, no, we don't want to imagine that. No.
Go back to this match now. It's the only one left.
So, saying that Kyle Troop just walks, my guess is Kyle started bowling one-handed.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Because, obviously with Guppy and he
For
learned
sure.
to watch. So he took up two-handed after he realized that's the way to go. So he learned two-handed after bowling one-handed with his style.
Right.
And where Belmo just started bowling two-handed. So I'm kind of watching the Twins game off to the
Still
side. It's 0-0, but they brought
Now you
in
go home.
Griffin Jacks. And Griffin Jacks
No,
left
no.
a double
Don't
and
make your
then
check. You're just
hit a guy by a pitch, and he just struck out Alonso, I believe. So we're good as one out.
There's no one told on 11 and 12.
That'll be the match with all three bowlers, 11 and 12.
Not too many guys that shoot 251 either, Chad.
Maybe investigating.
Oh, how about
Not too many people have shot 251. Congratulations. Free drink score.
I saw a guy shoot 261 today on 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think his name's Eric.
And you know what he left in his last shot?
No.
You don't know?
No.
So here's this game. He went strike 5-3. It was like a washed out or
I
split
did
through the
see the
nose,
score. Okay, yeah.
and then strike to the 11th. 5-7-10. And we couldn't even take a picture because it swept it away right away.
Well, now that I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable.
So, we have a picture of Eric and we have a picture of somebody else with a 5-7-10. So we can superimpose together. Yeah, whatever. Huh? No, I have this, but I don't know if he's finding where Well,
Okay.
The purple one.
the purple one. Yeah, I like the color of these Buddy System loose line hazy IPAs.
Well, wouldn't you prefer to be like navy and red?
Well, I really would. Yeah, I don't know. It's purple and pink and lavender. Oh, doesn't sound like a beer.
Right.
Is there wine in here?
Well, Eric had a good day. Unfortunately, it's come to an
It has come to an
Wine
end.
cooler.
That's what we were just talking about.
We got beat by an old guy.
Oh, Jesus. We're on.
No, we're not live. No, we are. But
We are live. So 3 guys are bowling
But you're talking about
on
your truck.
11 and 12. 3 guys are bowling, 1 eliminated.
Oh, okay.
So you're jockey for 4th and 5th, and
Just
one
don't
person
be the old
eliminated.
guy.
I can live with that.
This match
So
that we
it's
can't
you-
put a camera on over here is actually
Close.
tight. Oh, he won't. Nope, you got shut
You just
out.
shut him out.
You just shut him out by getting one of his 7-10 that he left.
Wow.
The pillow fight that is
Yeah, the
unique.
pillow fight, yeah.
Oh, Carrie. What do you got to do to carry her on here? Unbelievable.
I don't like what's going on in the Twins. It might be behind. No, it might be 2 outs now. No, there's only 1 out. According to I might
Runners
be
on first and second.
first and second. I got a 3-2 count, 1 out on the guy that's up right now. But I don't know if my phone is up to date with the TV. We'll see what happens from far away.
Maybe
Looks
you're
like a pop-up out of play.
dive into the stands.
All right, well, we're going to try to watch from... thanks,
Thank
Brent.
you. Yeah, thanks, Brent.
Brent, we're discussing the color of the hazy IPA. The lavender, pink, and purple. Is that good for a hazy or is that good for a light beer?
I think it's good for everything.
It sounds like you're
Well,
judging.
all I know is Dave Ullman said that's a wine cooler.
Beer. Tahitian treat with alcohol. Hey, did you get a picture? No. We're not there yet. Whoa, I'm done. Him. Yeah.
So here's what just to get back to anybody paying attention to what's going on here. We're getting sidetracked what we're talking about, but there's going to be Chad Nelson, Dave Ullman, and William Jones will be bowling on lane 11 and 12 for a spot. Two of the three will get into the stepladder, and the lowest score will be sixth place and out of the stepladder. Well, Griffin Jacks let up a run. I don't like it. Two runs. Oh, that's even worse. Couldn't get that guy out, and wasted a really good start by Pablo Lopez. Doesn't mean the Twins aren't going to come back, but it's all right. We don't need it.
I thought he was just.
We're going to turn the camera over here to 11 and 12. As soon as we get everybody down, they're going to get 2 shots on each lane, and then we'll get started.
Why? Because he asked me.
Turn on 11 and 12.
I went straight.
2 shots on each lane. Chad, you, Davey, and William Jones. No, low guy is eliminated.
I'm old guy.
You only got me about 3 years. 2011, 2012. But it took me a while to get convinced. Chuck's the one that got me in.
That's when you started, only like 12 years ago? Wow, you're a late bloomer.
I was 30 when I bowled my first tournament.
Wow.
29. And then I bowled the first one at Flaherty's, didn't make the cut. Bowled the second one at New Hope and won.
You won it, yeah.
And I let it wire to wire. I was high qualifier, number one.
Yeah. And then I said,
And I didn't get the bet you win.
yeah, that's okay.
Then the next month we went to Tex. I got in the bet you win, and Bach behind me goes, "Oh,
Now you're getting it. Yeah, right.
So, I'm still confused.
Okay, so these winners.
So a win doesn't mean anything, but high score does.
On this round right now, there's 3 guys bowling. One's eliminated. Whoever loses in this round is eliminated, and 4th and 5th move here.
Just highest score.
Highest score will be 4th, second has to be
And then to
5th.
do with the match.
Correct.
There's no bonus.
Nope,
match.
nope. They just get a choice of if they want to start the match or not.
So whoever the 2 highest scores here jump into the step ladder with these guys and bowl for.
Okay.
Doesn't really
It's
matter.
got nothing to do with winning your match.
Well,
You just don't want to be third on this
Right.
game right now.
because you're eliminated.
There's no match play bonus at all today. This is a totally eliminator type of format we used.
One of these guys 6 and the other 2 move on.
Correct.
It's just high score. Not a cumulative high score.
No,
Just
high score this game. Correct.
Cumulative where it's part-time.
Part-time, yeah, right. For position, because then you're in a step ladder, then if you lose, you're out. It's
Nothing to do with winning
no,
the match.
winning the match doesn't matter. Just don't be third on this pair. So right after Griffin Jack lets up that double, he gets the next 2 guys out and no problems. So now we're down 2-0 going in the bottom of
I
9th.
still have mistakes here. I don't seem to understand how this works. How's Jones? He didn't beat Eric. His score did not beat Eric's.
But he didn't bowl against him.
I know that, but
Oh,
there's
oh.
no match there. It's
No.
high score.
Well, but he wasn't bowling. This is a limited. So Eric bowled against Dave Ullman. He's out.
Yeah,
Joe-
but there was no matches. There's no matches. It's high score.
No, not this round. Not this round. There was a match. That was a match.
Yep.
This round is a match. Yeah, that round was a match. You had to beat that guy. And you're eliminated if you didn't win. Now this round, the winners moved on, and Chad Nelson, Dave Ullman, William Jones. You still confused?
I think the tournament's confused because Eric beat this guy by a mile.
You didn't bowl against him though.
Yeah, this is head-to-head right now.
But why does it matter? It doesn't matter here. Now all of a sudden it matters here. It doesn't matter here.
Well, it mattered. It will matter here.
That's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't really care. I don't think you had to use this format again because you guys don't know.
No, we got
You
it
guys
figured.
don't know your head from your
We
ass.
got it figured out, Denny.
Sure you do.
We do.
Sure you do.
We do. It's been going on the whole time here. All I know is the Twins are losing in the 9th inning, 2-0. No, they're not. Yeah, they might lose the game. They're still going to win the division, and they're going to be fine. Pablo Lopez, 8 innings, 2 hits, no runs.
He only shoots 180. Eric shoots 2-0.
I hear you.
Eric shoots more, not him.
He wasn't bowling him though. It was a match, but there's no bonus pins.
And then how's this one work?
This is the match.
High score to low man out.
Low man out. Yeah, it's a match. The worst guy is out. And the only reason we got to do it this way is because we started out with 12. And then top 3 are seeded. Then you got 6, and then you end up with 3. So we got 3 guys. We had to figure out what to do with the 3. So that's why we do the 3 people. This last one, and the low guy doesn't get to move on to stuff. Instead of having 6 in a step ladder, we're 6 above 5. We just have 5 in a step ladder. But this is what we've used for 4 years in the same format.
You've used it before?
Yeah, this is the 4th year. This is the Bowler of the Decades that when I sponsor, we want to have different formats rather than the same one we used all the time. So we did eliminator type of a format.
Our ace.
Real, exactly, yes. And everything got to be the same format. Was 8 games of qualifying. We'd cut to the top, say 12, 15, 16, or whatever it was, and you bowl 6 more games of match play, and 5 games, or top 5 step ladder. It was the same thing all the time. We wanted to change it up, and it's a little bit different. You got to think differently and do something differently. But and plus, we only take 12. We still cast the regular amount, 1 for 3, but we only take 12.
I get all that.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how this works.
It does work if you really look at it from the beginning.
Since 2012
I can explain it to you some other
No,
time.
that's what I understand.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All I know is Vikings lost, didn't they?
Yeah.
And the Twins are losing, but that's all right.
Kansas City.
It was a bad.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
they got beat by
4
Detroit.
tournaments or 5 tournaments.
I'd rather be watching tennis or not. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. So as these guys are warming up, taking their practice shots over here on lane 11 and 12.
I think we're live right now. This is it.
Oh, well, they're done taking their practice shots.
This is
You sure?
live scoring. Oh yeah.
Are you
They're
positive?
concentrating way too hard for practice.
Okay, well, I was,
And he's shooting his spare, so there's
well, he's just practicing. Okay, so
there's
here's
a
what
lot
we
of
got.
free tennis.
Here's what we got then. So Chad must be A, William is B, and Dave is C.
Yep.
Okay.
Way too early to make a comment, but Ullman needs a strike. He's behind.
He's behind. No, they could all have 20 in the first.
Well, it's true. But
They all have 10.
in my heart of hearts,
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
He's behind right now.
He's behind. They all have 10 in the first frame.
It's true.
Oh, he's getting pretty deep with that. Oh.
This is legit. Yeah.
Chad's mumbling to himself down there.
Oh, and Dave had to put a ball down. So
Because he said something stupid, and Davey's laughing at him, and whatever. So,
it's almost like they're teammates.
Sometimes people get mad when they leave 8 pins.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh. So I don't know what to say
He's
on
not
that.
behind anymore.
He made some stupid joke, and he made Davey laugh, and then he missed that 8 pin, and Davey will strike, and then he'll be ahead.
Yep.
So you just said he needed a strike. Look at that. Just like that, it turned
Just
around.
like that.
He's got a 12-pin lead just because Chad left a solid 8.
Yep.
It's just not fair. He could have had, going on 300. Another dream shattered there.
Yep. We got a runner.
Oh, I like it. So 2 guys. I'm going to check my phone. There might be 2 guys on.
Oh, there is 2 on. First and second.
Let's go to this.
Yeah, get off of the.
Oh, Correa doubled to 1. To start the ninth.
Oh.
And then Wallner struck out. He's struggling right now. But somebody else got on. Come on, update. Come on. Okay. Donovan Solano, who's Donnie Batts. So he walked. Andrew Stevenson, who's pinch running for him, who's one of the fastest guys. I didn't even know about this guy. He came up from the Saints. I think he played for Cincinnati before, and Washington, that's right, yeah. I know he's fast. Dad, he can run. And so we got first and second, and who's up right now?
Single
Wow,
pin
the single pins are just
on
killing
lane.
some of these people.
Yeah, it's lane 12. It can't be the bowler.
Oh,
It's
and then-
got to be the lane.
See, then Dave Yeoman leaves a single pin with it.
I take it all back. I take it all back.
He leaves a split and picks it up, and he pick up the pin by itself.
Right. Well, and I said he was behind, and now
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
expanding lead.
And Kristen Vasquez struck out in like 3 pitches.
At least you
Heck,
got
come
3
on,
pitches.
man. Yeah, well, you're almost guaranteed to get 3 if you don't swing. Or you swing and miss, you know, whatever. Oh, lane 12.
It is a bad lane. You know what?
Oh.
Where is he? Jason, get rid of lane 12.
Who's the guy that runs this? Willie
okay,
Castro
get
is
rid of
up.
both.
Bottom of the ninth. 2 guys on. Oh, if he hits a home run right here,
Anything to the right and to the left of 8.
they don't like lane 12.
They wouldn't be so confused on 12 if it wasn't 11 giving them the bad signals.
You know, that's a really good way of putting it.
It
What
is.
do you think about having a
11
12
gives
lane
them
house?
the bad read and they get lined up on it, and then they think 12 is goofy. 11's goofy.
What do you think about having a 12 lane house? If we get
I
rid
don't
of
like
11
it.
and 12 and 1 through 8, you guys each got a 12 lane house.
1 through 8's amazing. if you
I
ask
got
me,
other adjectives.
if you there you go. If you asked me
Twins lost, by the way, just
What?
in case you guys want to
Oh,
know.
son of a... That
Damn
was
it.
quick.
what the whole
Yeah.
house is like, I don't like 1. I don't like 8. I don't like 9, 11, and 24.
You know what you should do then? Renumber them.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put different numbers everywhere.
Yeah.
1 is 32.
Do
You're
they-
on 32 and 2.
Do they have to be in numerical order?
Nobody says they do.
And you know, just redo it, just start on 0. Just go 0,
0
1.
and 2. Well, we'll just go 0 and 2.
Oh, yeah.
Because we got to get rid of 8.
Because people hate bowling on lane 1. Well,
So
let's call
it'd
it 0.
It'd be
run
7
0.
and
It's no
38.
different than the 13th floor.
Right. Yeah.
I think we're on to something.
As everybody
Or on
talks
something.
about the end pairs, obviously 1, 8, 9, and 24. 9 through 24 is the original building.
Oh,
They're the
okay.
original end pairs. 1 through 8 are the new end pairs added to the original end pairs. So you have 4 end lanes really in this building, and then you add the panel on lane 11.
I'm not going to lie, I'm confused.
Yeah.
What did you do now?
Yep.
Are we in Alexandria where they had like 4 sets of...
Oh, do I miss that?
Remember Minnehaha?
Yeah.
So they had 24 lanes. Then you had to go through the bar, and then there was 16 more lanes. The bar was lane 25. So you got to the other side. It wasn't 25. It was 26 and 27. So the lanes were opposite. It was the even lane first, and then the odd one. So you're bowling on like 32 and 33, not 31 and 32. It was the weirdest thing.
Did you go to Coconut Bowl in Reno this year?
Yeah.
So we walked in and we saw the lanes as soon as we got in. Oh, that's where we're going to bowl. We walk over there and it's 1 through 24. And then we're like, this looks like open bowling. And we don't see Rick Ramsey, the guy that
Oh, yeah,
runs
right.
things. Yeah. And and so Ben and I start walking. Well, we walk over and there's a garage area and it's got lanes. It was like 41 through 48. And we're like, hold on. We're missing a few lanes. And is there stuff back there? It's like, there can't be stuff back there. But let's walk. Walk back there, poof.
There they are.
24 lanes. And that was the lanes that were missing. I'm like, oh my God.
I didn't bowl that, so I didn't go there.
Coconut Bowl in Reno. It was a nice place. Huge place. I mean, they had, River City has the champagne room.
Yeah, whatever they call it, party room kind of thing.
That's what the garage room was. They lift up garage doors and there was 8 pair or whatever back there. I was like,
Yeah.
so then we had to go drag our stuff from, a football field away.
Right. Well, that's the problem. Going to those places that are so big. Back when we carried 1 bowling ball, it was pretty easy.
In the seesaw over your shoulder.
Well, then we had the 2-ball bag that was like a suitcase-looking thing.
Oh, yeah.
And downstairs at Matey's Bowling Center where I bowled,
Way
pretty
more than
heavy.
the bowling
Back,
balls.
yeah. And then they came up with the Don Johnson tote. Oh, that was the greatest thing because you put it over your shoulder, and of course you had 2 bowling balls. You had 1 plastic, 1 rubber.
Right.
That's all you had. You didn't want to be like yellow dot and LT48, or white dot or blue dot, whatever it is.
Whatever was happening at
Yeah.
that
So
time.
now I come out here and I have 4 bowling balls and a spare ball. We have 4 bowling balls.
Well, that's only because you changed weight.
Correct.
You'd have more.
Oh, I certainly would. But I mean, that's a lot. now
Oh,
compared to
absolutely.
before. And I had to eliminate 2 of them right away because they weren't going to work today
Right.
no matter what. So I had 2 bowling balls to use today. Really only one because like my Zen, which is really good, but it's brand new and it's too shiny and it didn't look at all or too much. But a lot of that was
Do you
me.
still have that 2-ball bag that weighs more than the bowling balls you put in it?
Yes, I do.
We're
Especially when you put Chad's 16-pounders in there.
You know, he couldn't take 3 16-pound balls in a bag and put them on the airplane.
well, that's why he drives.
Oh, that's why he drives, because he doesn't want to use 15-pound bowling balls.
Right.
I have no problem now with the 14.
Oh, yeah, you're under.
I'm way under now, yeah. I can put my shoe in there.
4.
I couldn't put my shoe in there because it's too big.
Accessory bag.
All right. Oh.
So who's Chad's 88 in the 4th or 5th? Spare up. Davey Ullman going for the 4-pin.
Ullman's going for the tie.
Oh, yeah. Oh, halfway through. You know, you want to be tied halfway through rather than behind. But William can come through the strike here, being the lead by 7 pins. But
That's a
he's coming off
commanding
a
lead.
7 count.
A lead's a lead, right?
Leads the lead.
He struck last time on this lane.
Well, he struck every time. No, not last. Not every
No,
time. Just
no,
last.
no,
Never
yes,
mind.
yes.
As soon as I said that, I caught myself.
He has one of those 9 lifts.
Yeah.
Also on this lane.
Well, don't leave anything then.
And he
That was
won't.
pretty good. He bowled league at Classic. He's bowling league now at Classic Bowl. Not with his dad, but with his mom in our league. He only had like 760 the first week, but 290 the first game. Yeah.
Hopefully, better luck next week.
Yeah, I know. I had 629. I thought I was good.
You were good.
You got what
Wrong
you
with
could.
I got pretty good. That's why I'm 50 pins a game behind Brady.
Averaging 209 a game up
Oh,
there.
I know. It's way above my normal average.
I
Oh,
get a
no trip there.
Dave Strikes got a lead. Got a pin lead.
Good point. Get
Well, I
that
mean-
double.
Low guy out. So I mean,
Right.
this is. I mean, we joke
Whatever
a little
lead.
bit being tied or whatever halfway through. But I mean, it is.
Oh.
Oh.
That held.
I bet you if I talked to him, he'd say, "How did that whole pocket?"
Oh, yeah.
But it is a big deal. I mean, it is. the
We
low
might have
guy
to have
is
him
out.
come over here to the booth and say, "Tell us how
What
pocket."
happened?
You're right. It doesn't matter if you're high. You just don't want to be low.
You just don't want to be the last guy.
Yeah.
Because you keep fighting another game at least if you can just
So
be
this.
one of the top 2.
So here's a mentality that goes through these bowlers when you're up there in this kind of a match. The first half of the game, you should just, okay, maybe 2 different ways of looking at it. So you want to like really strike and take advantage and just blow everybody away.
Yes.
But you also want to be somewhat conservative and don't do anything stupid and pick up your spares and keep the ball in play.
I want to do both.
Okay, what are you going to do though?
I was going to
I'm
say
going to
that was
strike
it.
a lot and keep the ball in play. And I'm not going to miss any spares if I leave.
Well, there you go.
Well, that's what you really want to do. What's the mentality? What's the thought process? Like when you're up there, you go, okay, just don't throw it out the window. Just
No,
you don't
make
think
a
of
good
any of that
shot.
stuff. You make a
great
good shot, pick up a spare.
Yeah. I think when you start saying don't.
I know. I guess I'm
That's
saying like
bad.
too much on that.
No, but that is a lot of people's mentalities, right? Like, I don't want to do
Yeah.
this. I don't want to.
Well, I guess I'm thinking of say the first 2 games of a tournament, any tournament. You want to like keep the ball in play, pick up your spares because you don't know what the scoring pace is going to be.
Right.
I'm thinking they don't know what the scoring pace is going to be in his first couple of
Sure.
frames, so you want to just keep it in play and pick up those spares. Well, William and Chad didn't pick up a spare, and I guess they kept it in play. But now, when you get
Kind of
into
a big
7th,
strike
8th,
here,
9th, now you start thinking, and you might focus more
Yes.
because now, okay, I need a strike. So, would you rather need a strike to win or a spare to win something? 'Cause
I'd rather need a spare to win because I have a good spare shooter.
I would rather have a 5 count needed to win.
well, okay, yeah, but
If you're asking me what I'd like,
yeah.
but yes, I'd rather have to shoot a spare to win versus having to put 10 back.
Yeah, I don't even want to just throw a good shot and then leave a 9 pin and go, well, I did everything I could. At least if I leave a spare, for the most part, I throw the shot well enough to pick up the spare.
Right.
I must have made a pretty big mistake to have not picked up the spare.
Oh, well, there's that,
And
yeah.
I could not make a mistake at all and not strike.
Do you,
So
I guess
I'd rather spare.
what I'm thinking, do you try to throw it differently if you only need a spare to win?
I see what you mean.
Do you throw
No.
it differently? Because I only need a spare, so I don't have to be as
Aggressive.
aggressive. There, that's the
Yeah,
word.
yeah. No.
No, because if I
Okay.
throw a good shot, I'm going to leave something I can make. Whereas if I go up there tentative, like,
Yeah.
oh, whatever, I just
Yeah,
need to
okay.
get as close to the head pin or something.
But if you need to
I'm gonna
have,
leave something that I
if you
can't
need to have a
make.
strike, you are going to throw it aggressively.
Yep.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
Either
Because I don't want to, right. I don't want to look back and go, well, if I would have just
Yes.
tried
Yeah, okay.
harder or did whatever.
I actually thought he kind of missed in on that first one.
Dave?
Oh yeah. Now I watched him throw the last two, the left lane and then back on the right lane, and it almost. I think he might have made a move, and like when you said, maybe he made a move off of the hole that he found, but either way, he stuffed that last one very close to where he stuffed.
Correct.
The one
One of
before
these
that on
moves
the
versus
12.
like a.
Yeah. Like either he did it ahead of time because they've all three now in a row look very tight, very
Yeah.
close, no room given.
So I'm gonna say the same thing I did last month. We're on TV, so to speak, and you guys are doing these hand signals behind the camera. Nobody has any idea what the hell you're talking about. Showing your hand moving here and there.
They can sense
I
it.
said they tightened up. They know my right hand goes left and my left
Exactly.
hand goes right.
All right. I just wanted to make
Tighten
sure.
it up.
And mine was a lateral.
Oh, okay. All right.
You made a 2 and 2, and not an open angle like 3 and 2, 4 and 2, 5 and 2.
We just discussed it last month. So I was giving.
It's fine. I'd like everybody to focus on that pain banner right in the middle.
Oh, look at that.
That's a
Oh,
great
he
pain
posted
banner.
that one. The pain banner.
Yep,
Look
right
at
there
the
next to
Look at the
banner.
Southway Bowl guys right here in a row. We got a little pain manor.
Oh.
Yep.
Pain manor right here.
I see
Where's
a
the
locker.
shack?
I see a locker guy thing over there. And,
There's a nice locker guy.
yeah. Oh yeah. I gotta get you a check for that this next
must have
next
hidden-
season, don't I?
Yep.
I'll get that to you along with the sponsorship of the
You must have Eric's hidden
of
over there
the
somewhere.
Locker Guy Bowler Decades thing. I'll get that to you too.
Sure. Yeah, you must, it
He
must
must be on the low end.
Eric.
There's an awful lot of Hall of
Oh,
Fame
it's right
banners
there.
out there.
It's next to Ullman.
Well, there it is. Full disclosure, I hung the banners last year.
Blindfolded.
I didn't hang them this year.
Well, I think you told me last year you had a lot of going up and down that ladder.
I sure did.
Yeah. You need a scaffold.
Yes.
You can just walk across.
I had a younger employee this year to do it. The hard part was I walked around for 45 minutes going, where did I leave all of those S clips
Oh,
that are, hanging from them?
Right.
And then I remembered I left them in the clips last year, so we just have to bring them back. 40 minutes I walked around the entire center. Where did I put
you had
those
nothing else to
S-clips?
do. Yeah.
All you had to do was
Oh,
look up.
I
Davey.
did. That's what it was. Yeah, I looked up and I went, I was so smart last year. That's what I did. I left them.
I would have bet you $50 that Chad wouldn't have been the one getting bounced.
I would have bet that too.
Yeah.
He's going to blame on the 4-pin.
Here's the deal. He just told me he won $200 and $500 on the Vikings numbers he bought. So I really don't feel bad.
No, he told me the same thing.
I think he's splitting now with the top couple guys. What about the guys in the booth? That's where he should split the money.
Because we're the one
We're
talking
the
to
needed.
him. Exactly.
I don't see anybody in the booth.
This is our booth, Clark. Clark, this is our booth, and you're inhabiting our booth.
Jason's building the booth out back.
Yeah.
It'll be here in a second.
Okay.
It's
And
started.
it's okay.
Yeah, he's started. He's got one screw and a piece of wood out there. We're good.
No, we just had a thought.
A piece of plexiglass laying against the building over there.
Right.
It's my booth. I started it.
Okay, so here's the deal. Dave Ullman, William Jones are moving on.
Bowling
So they're
against
your-
each
Well,
other.
against each other.
That's your first match.
But-
on the
That is.
ladder.
William will have choice.
William will have the choice.
Because he got that first strike attempt to beat Davey for score.
Yep.
Good thing he didn't need it.
Right.
Right.
That's just a letdown. You didn't need it. So, I mean, about focus, letdown, you didn't need it. You definitely kind of just let up.
I'll leave you with this. What's the mental impact of that going forward now on 13 and
You know
14?
something? I believe that does affect
It plays
people.
a little bit.
I think it does. But they are getting practice on the next pair and
Right.
stuff. So, but I still think if you continue to throw the ball in the pocket, you will be better off than if you just let up and throw one to the nose.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And well, I to what Jason said there, when they move next to the next pair, because I'm pretty sure they're going 13-14.
Let's get
Does
let's,
he
let's
make
get
a
off
move?
this guy's head.
Right. Yeah, let's get big old bald head.
Yeah, exactly.
Does he move to 13-14 his first shot? You know, does he go 2 and 1 left, 3
Because
2 because of what happened
I
there?
agree.
And then all of a sudden it's out the window, and now he's going, oh, I got to move back, and all of a sudden it's through the face.
Because
and
he
now he's-
didn't focus and throw it 100%.
And now he's doing one of these. He's fishing.
Yeah. Now, you know, that's why we're back here and he's down there.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Because
But
I would be lost.
I do know, though, Jason Belmonte, who's arguably the best bowler, you know, in the last, 15 years around here or whatever. He said at one point, I think they're talking about if you were to, like, start or finish the match, you know, when you get the choice, and he goes, when you get up in the 10th frame and you need this strike to win, he goes, I don't care what you say, you throw it differently.
Yeah.
He said that. We're talking about the best bowler in the world saying you throw it, doesn't mean you're not going to throw it good, but it's something different.
Yeah.
You throw it differently than if you just don't need it.
And we're getting our pitcher.
Get your hands out of your pockets. All right, I like it better.
Did you cable that time too? His face?
I wasn't there.
Just angry.
That's the funniest photo ever.
You know, Tom, I only came to this tournament because we had that 60 and over.
You had the locker guy bowl of the decade. You were helping because I sponsored the tournament, so that's the only reason, Clark, that you and I bowled. And now there's only 2 of us over 60, so we got to go with the 50-year-old guy. We got to bowl against the young guys, Clark. It's not fair.
You gotta pull the guys out of the MSC. You gotta find some of those guys.
Yes,
and
and
bring
I'm
them
very
in.
impressed that Davey Ullman wore that locker guy shirt. He's going to win this tournament because of that shirt.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he's going to.
Here we
Oh,
go.
yeah, that's the reason why, yeah.
Oh.
Anybody else have one on besides me?
You won't give me one. I never asked, but you never gave me one.
What size?
XL.
See, mine's cheaper. It's a medium.
You said motive all over it, Clark.
Yeah, you throw a locker guy in the front of it, and I'm good. I'm game.
Can't have any other sponsorship. You can't have. Oh no, he's got Brunswick. Never
I
mind.
was just going to say, you're in trouble. There's an ultimate there.
Yeah, can you put tape over those? We can't see that.
Well, that was a 5-pin you left earlier. All right, people that don't have any idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's fine.
What pair are we going to, Jason?
I already flipped it over there. Just throw a shot, it's fine.
Excellent job.
I know a
doing
guy.
these guys.
Okay, thanks, Clark. Good bowl. Good bowling. We'll see you.
We can chat.
Where are we at?
Classic.
Oh,
Classic. I'll definitely be there.
37-foot.
Oh. Well, he would have killed
I
it.
got 4 bowling balls right
I know,
now,
sure.
and
You told me
like today
already.
I'd eliminate 2 of them. I don't
You
have
would've
enough
killed
bowling
it.
balls right now.
We'd be
I don't
talking
know
about
what
how
to
Brandon
use,
Hanson's
but
going to
I'll
run the
figure it
field
out.
over, but nope, you're at home sleeping.
I will say
Oh, yeah.
there's some stuff we have.
Any ball you would have picked, Brandon, you would have killed it.
That's got some 14 pounds.
Any of them. You could have brought 48 bowling balls. You
What I need are some bowling balls that are
It would all
some
been
different
great.
drilling, different
Faced up
layouts.
right at the
I
hole.
mean, these were demo balls, so you can plug them. But there's
That
14 that
and
are
John Holmes. Where was John?
I,
John Holmes. You would
I
have
need
killed
something
it, too.
temporarily to
Could
fill
have
in
been Brandon
that
Hanson versus
exercise.
John Holmes for the
Right.
title. Had you guys been here.
I'm going to call him. Probably try and stop out there.
Well, this played right into John's Tuesday A
And
game.
if I find a couple off,
Oh, I appreciate that.
We're throwing faders.
Okay,
Oh yeah.
that way you should be good and plug for next weekend.
that'd be great.
Or I'll see if there's anything really weak. Because on that pattern, you know.
Well, I'm not even talking about that pattern. I'm just talking about different
Right.
bowling balls I
No,
need.
I know.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Alrighty.
Thanks.
We'll, see you
Drive safe.
Oh, Jason, Mr. Borton owes you some money.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look that up.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was going to pay it.
Oh,
Oh, you wish to look it up.
You must owe me some money too. You gonna pay me, Clark?
He didn't tell me to pay you.
It's all the pizza you ate on Tuesday nights, Jason. Oh, Tuesday nights at Midway, they would have pizza before they bowled, and Bortson would come down and go, "You guys gonna finish that?" And we'd eat pizza, wings, pizza, whatever it was they had. He'd finish it up. Oh, you guys gonna eat that?
I don't want to say anything, but I think he had enough pizza. Dave Borton, he's a good baseball guy.
Yeah,
him
he
and I
is.
talked. Yeah, he played baseball up until in 40s or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've gone to a few games here and there. Back at the Metrodome before, I'd see him there a lot. Good Dave Borton story. Way back, let's see, this would have been 70s. He was in college, so I'm a little bit older than him. So I was bowling in the Laurie Lane's Minneapolis Classic League, which is on Laurie and Knox Avenue North. Okay, not to where you'd want to go
Doesn't exist,
anywhere.
yeah.
No, and you don't want to go there anymore. But I think it was like the Roto Star or something like that was out back then, and it was one of the best bowlers ever with that ball. I'm not sure what he averaged, say 210, which was probably high in the league. Yeah, he was very, very good way back in that slow hooking roller day, whatever, So he never had a lot of speed, but he could slow hook the ball, and
He still did, still does.
still
if
does,
he's
and he
gonna
does
bowl,
well. Oh yeah, he's actually trying to throw. Well, last time I talked to him, when he had a bad back or something, but he wants to throw the ball straighter and harder, which is the game today. It really is. Straighter, harder, with more rev, so the ball doesn't just like deflect when it hits the
Right.
base. You have that game, Matt.
I do.
Yeah.
It didn't work today.
Well, not today,
My
but
game didn't work.
no. Well, your game, okay.
But it's not always going to work, right? Like,
Exactly. Yeah. Not everybody does it best all the time. But you have that game where you can throw the ball straight and hard with a fair amount of revs to kick things out. So you don't have to move into fifth arrow like a lot of other people do. But you also can get in deeper, and the ball still hits.
yeah. The only problem with that is that when I do have to move, I have to make a big jump because it takes me forever to get to the point where I'm like, oh, I got to move. But when I do, all of my friends, whether they're friends or not, have been left me all day.
Correct. Because you can stay in that spot longer than they can.
Right.
But you're right. When you move, you got to jump in past where that's all you're going to dry it out.
Right.
I'm with you on that. I don't throw the ball as hard as you, but similar straight trajectory or whatever.
Right.
And I do the same thing. Once that shot goes away from me where I can play out further than anybody, I have to make that jump. It's an arrow.
Yeah.
Feet, like two arrows, and your feet in one with the in the lane. Yeah. And I know that. Like sometimes in the fifth frame of the next game. Why can't I figure that stuff out sooner? Because you always want to make these 2-in-1 moves and these little things, and you think that if I just do that, everybody can outthink themselves, or maybe it's just me. No, I think it's everybody. But and that's where team bowling. You got a good team, and you guys talk. I'm sure on your tournament team stuff. That single pin stuff.
They're
him
tough.
and I are going to have a discussion. Just because I want to know his thought process, whatever. Because he's misses, for as good as he is, misses way too many single pins. But
Taking off?
Yeah, see you Tuesday. Yeah, we'll see you Tuesday.
see a good tournament, Eric shot 261, 5-7-10 guy. I'm going to remember that forever.
Oh, yeah, he told me.
Here we go. See you boys later.
See you, Denny. Have a good night.
Nice trying to figure out your tournament.
Denny, I'll explain it to you some other time. Eric, explain it to him on the way home.
Got a lot of push there.
Yeah. And like we talked about earlier, so how much did that shot, the missed single pin, affect that next shot? Did he forget about it and goes to the next one, or is it still in his mind that, I just threw away 10 pins? Or 12 pins, 11 pins, whatever, usually a single pin miss is. So, you got to be focused all the time.
And this is a spur you got to be focused pretty heavily on, too, because this is easy chop.
No, he's right on that.
He was on that one.
But not the single pin. Maybe he's got to think there's another pin there.
Right.
Well, I know I've gone through things of bowling where the 6 pin is really easy.
It should be, yeah.
Well, it pretty much is. And the 10
It
pin
is.
is easy too, but it's a little bit different because if you miss it right, you're in the gutter.
Right.
So sometime when I shot at 10 pins, I'm thinking, hit the 6 pin there, just hit the 6 pin on the right.
Right.
And then I pick it up all the time, whatever. I missed way more 10s than 6 first, but I leave more 10s
Well, right, I
than
was
6.
going to say, how often
Yeah,
do you
there is
use
that,
the
yeah.
6 pin?
Because the 6 pin is a bad first shot.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I left my fair share of 3-6-10 or a
Oh,
variation of 3-6-10.
That is the
3-6,
toughest thing.
And it's brutal.
It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be, but it is.
So, okay, let's discuss that. You have a spot for your 10 pin where you stand,
Yep.
where, and throw it. What do you do for the 6 and the 3?
What do I do for the 6 and the 3?
Yeah,
I'm like 5 boards right over my 6 and 3, and I throw right at the 3-6.
So 5 boards right for you where you throw your 10 pin?
Yep.
And you throw right again. Well, I kind of do the same thing.
Yep. And the thing is not so much on house shots does it matter because you're not really going to see a hook here,
Yeah,
there, or whatever.
right, yeah.
But on patterns that were like today or even the tougher ones, you can like throwing at a 3-6. There are times where it will read in a spot where you didn't expect the spare ball to read, and you're going. You chop the 3 off, and then you make a move off it, and you chop the 6 off the 3-6, and you're going, okay, well, what do I do now? I'm like,
You throw your strike shot at it. Just move 5 boards left with your feet and let the ball skid. I know.
Right.
It is.
Easier said than done.
I
hard
said
to
that in
convince
jest,
yourself, like,
whatever.
all right,
But
well, you're gonna
yeah.
throw your strike shot here,
Yeah.
and you're not gonna get hit. You're not gonna hit the head pin, but you're gonna pick up your spare. That's tough.
Yeah, I agree. We can
But
sit
it's
back
typical.
here and talk about it because it sounds easy.
Yeah.
So, Jason, we were
Yeah.
just discussing 10 pins.
Yes.
Oh,
And,
that lane's got pushed to it, or he
Yeah.
hasn't made a great shot. But that's the second time he's pushed through where it should have gone left.
Should have.
I wonder what he's thinking there because he did make a motion with his
I think he thinks
hand
he
or
missed
whatever.
it, but I don't know that he
I
missed
think
it.
so. I think he thinks he missed it. We're talking about 10 pins. Okay, so you stand in this spot and you throw at that spot for 10 pins. You leave a 6 or a 3 or a 3-6-10 or 6-10 or whatever. What do you do when you go to a 3-6-10 rather than a 10 pin? Move your feet. Target
A
what?
6 pin is 2 boards right with my feet, same target, and a 3-6-10 is 3 boards right with my feet, same target.
Basically, what Matt and I were talking about, like 3-6-10 is 5 boards left,
Yes,
or right of
yeah.
your feet, whatever. Same
And
thing.
that's
Yeah, we're in the vicinity,
Yeah.
without a doubt. Same concept.
Now, I actually have more trouble. Not so much
that one's-
anymore.
yeah,
I got a
needs to
different.
swallow left. Yeah.
I got a different system now. My like 2 4s and 7s, whatever. So, you use your spare ball for the 7 pin all the time.
Yep. I use it for just about every spare.
Every spare that's not double wood.
Yeah.
Correct.
I do now.
And that's changed. I used to throw at my what is it, the 2-8. I would throw my spare ball at it. Now I've started hooking at it.
I like it.
I do on the 2-8
I
exactly
like
there.
that.
So,
Yep.
anything.
Anything that has double wood should have some angle
I agree.
coming
Yes.
in.
Right.
Yep.
I take that back. 3-6-9-10. I'll throw my
Strike
I'll throw
ball.
Strike.
You have to because you got to get that back then.
I got it. Yeah.
So, which is, to me, the 3-6-9-10 is the toughest spare on
sure,
the lane.
yeah.
So 7 pins and 4 pins. You have a place where you stand and throw for 7 pins,
Yes.
and then for 4 pins and 2 pins.
2 boards left.
2 boards, 2 boards.
Yep, 2 boards
Okay.
left.
All right. Well, that's what I do, and so I stand here and throw there, and then I 2 boards left and throw there, and 2 boards more left and throw there for the.
Yep.
Okay. But you do have to get lined up in your way, because some people might stand in a different spot to start. You got to figure out what works for you
Yes.
on each one, and then you move off of that.
Correct.
And Matt and I were talking earlier, no matter where we are, you stand in the same spot and throw at the same target, unless they're really dry or really oily.
It has to be such an extreme
Yes,
to make it change. Otherwise, it's the same thing
all the time.
always.
Yeah. I wouldn't have to even throw a practice shot.
Never. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do in CBA stuff. League-wise, I don't.
Yes.
And a lot of times in league, I used to not use my spare ball in league for spares for like 6, 7s, and 10s. I do now to keep it the same.
Yes.
Just and like Gary Green and I talked about saving energy because you throw your spare ball, you don't have to like try to back it up or
Correct.
like lumpies of anomaly. He can do that. Yes, he can do that, and he doesn't need them. I can do that, but then it hurts my elbow actually. No, that's what it does. And I've been having to wear a brace because I hurt my elbow at the last CBA. I don't know how. It's been bothering me for a month.
See, I hurt my elbow, but it was pitching.
You didn't break your arm, though, like the other guy did.
Yeah, I had a guy in our squad yesterday broke his arm throwing a pitch. Oh, man. Yeah, it was up here. Yeah. Yep. I wasn't there, but apparently he threw the ball and just his arm started dangling. And
So
they actually what do you call it, splinted his arm and everything, and they got him to the ER. And the funny thing is they got him, and so we have a guy in our squad that's a nurse type, and a nurse, and then we have a physical therapist, and they splinted it before they left there, and the ER doc goes, "It's probably one of the best splints we've seen." Yeah, well, when you have enough, you have the guys there that actually know how to splint. That's what happens.
So next month, don't expect to see Matt in the CBA because he's going to be pitching
Right.
because the other guy broke his arm.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, next Saturday we have a game. I plan to play, but who knows? At this point, maybe I don't want to.
So in the booth with us right now, myself and Jason Hassan, the tournament director, and Matt Payne, the CBA president. We're in our booth here discussing everything not to do with what's going on in the match, but we'll discuss that now.
Well, we're at the point where we can start. It's 6 frames.
Yeah.
We're hitting the juicy part of the game.
There's
Hold on.
There's some things going on.
Pins are still
now.
falling. He turned his back.
So solid 8 that Davey Olman just left on the right lane. So he's got 107 in the 5th. Should spare this. This should be an easy one for him. And William Jones
strikes. He'll have 99 in the 5th. So
actually, they'll be like within 2 pins if he strikes with the computer TV scoring. All over it.
Now, if you could just pee for me, that'd be great.
Oh, wow. Oh, Brett Newman, the only bad thing is he opened it. I can't take it with me.
If you look to your right, there's a box full of beers.
Oh, man.
trade it in for that.
All right, I got
Those are to take home.
what we call a mini fridge in my garage. And I got a mini
That doesn't
fridge.
go in the rum bar, does it?
Oh, no, I got a mini fridge in the rum bar. A home rum bar.
A home run bar.
I got a mini fridge there too, and then I got a regular fridge upstairs, so I can fit a lot.
Oh,
of
you got
beer
a
in
bunch.
You can fit it all.
it. Oh yeah.
My beer fridge is a full size.
Got a lot of fridges.
Full size fridge in the garage. Okay, speaking of full size something in the garage, I just read a story that in Eden Prairie, somebody broke into the house because somebody had a safe in their garage and stole the safe, and there was $600,000 worth of jewelry and $100,000 worth of cash in their garage. Somebody stole the safe. That's what I wondered, Brent. Why would somebody have all that in their garage?
Who just robbed you?
It definitely was an inside job because the people went out for lunch. They had a GPS thing on their car. They knew they were out of the house, and somebody came and robbed them.
Wow.
Bad deal. Highway 5 and Dell Road in Eden Prairie, right by Sam Lanto's house. Actually.
Yeah. We had our year-end baseball tournament was at St. Bonnie's, so in St. Bonnie, and that I've never been out there. It is in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, that's the home of Luke Volklander.
Oh wow. Okay, well now I take it all back.
Yeah.
We
Actually, I saw Luke. He was at the
Renfest.
Renfest.
Yeah. He works out there. His wife loves that thing too. They do. We have to go out there because they love that kind of stuff. He's got his big beard and all that, whatever. Luke.
He's no longer the young guy on your team.
No.
You know, it's really funny. There's only one guy younger than him, but he's not that young anymore. We had that. We didn't
Little
even have,
Robillard, right? Isn't he the-
Joey.
we didn't have enough guys to bowl in the trios that we were talking about because everybody else was bowling the senior masters. So we got Joey Robillard and 2 other guys we picked up just to bowl. They have one team in the trios. Yeah,
Well, this is FYI.
the hell of a match.
Close. Quite a match right here.
Because if
One
Davey
pin?
puts a strike up there,
Yeah,
it's-
Davey puts a
Got a 9-pin lead, or he's got or
Tens
one
screws.
pin. Yeah. I'll guarantee you this. Watching
No
Davey
strike,
Bowl
and
for a
we've
lot
got
of
like a
years,
one-pin game.
this is going to be around the pocket with something on it.
Oh, yeah.
He might leave something, but it's going to be a good shot. He repeats shots a lot. And what
Until
I
he
just
does
said,
that.
forget that. He might have heard me, but I don't think so. But that's one of the worst shots I've seen him throw a long time when he's needed it. He always is around the pocket. And he's rocking a really cool locker
that
guy
jersey.
shirt. Oh,
that
with
jersey.
the orange and the teal and the black.
I'll be out of them soon. Oh, we got more.
Okay,
This
the
ain't a very good
3-6-10.
square to shoot at either.
Nobody likes.
No. Even when it's like 3/4 of the way down, you still don't know if you're going to chop it or not.
Yeah.
Just
That's
waiting for the ball to go like this or back off.
That's you throwing it, but your opponent, oh, you got it.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Chad said
So here it is.
Holman likes it when it gets dirty. Like
Oh, I
it's
believe that.
Just yucky out
I
there.
can
He's-
believe that.
Loves it. Same with your other teammate. Sylvester loves it when it gets just garbage out on the lanes.
Well, that's because if they're really easy, he crosses over all the time. I've seen him bowl.
I watched Sylvester in Farmington
That was
play.
so good right there by Davey Ullman. That was high flush.
Just beat up lanes, and he just ran out and just jammed it into the ground, and he was able to.
That's what he does. I've seen Sam Sylvester shoot like 800 with, I don't know, 5 crossovers. and how can you do that when you're all lined up and whatever and then he carries it?
Hey, I watched him at Nationals miss his first like 5 spare attempts in team.
Well,
That was rough.
did he have 800?
No, he went like 230, 220, and he missed
Really?
5. Yeah.
Wow. Yep. That was off his. That was off his hand really
Big
well, but I
break.
thought it hooked up a little bit soon.
Oh, we're
good break.
we're a
Which it
pin
did.
match right here.
Yep.
William punches out. He shuts him out.
Oh, that's.
That is quick.
Oh.
I did the quick math. I appreciate you seeing that. That's
I wasn't gonna say it. We've discussed math
it's almost
today.
like a calculator up here.
Math's been a topic.
It may be. Hey, Tom looked over there and looked at the same score twice and said there was a 10 pin difference.
That's because this was in my way, and then they flipped over. I explained it to you, Matt. Remember
you
that?
did. You're right.
Give me the break.
I apologize. That's my fault. All right. That's pretty good.
It was pretty good.
By the way, William Jones does have a CBA title. He won
Yep.
at Sunray last year, playing right up the twig with the Purple Hammer.
Yep.
Ruined Will Matafee's domination.
Yeah.
At Sunray.
Yeah. But I remember talking to William about that last year. He with the Purple Hammer, because I'm not a urethane guy. For me, it doesn't work. But he said he didn't like his Purple Hammer till he dulled it up, and then he got it to like roll at the right point.
Sure,
Which
sure,
makes
sure.
total sense. Of any bowling ball, you got to get it right. To roll at the right spot is good.
Correct.
Quiet. You get
Yeah.
a pin drop.
Mouse fart.
You hear the pins drop.
Yeah, he missed right quite a bit, but there's room for recovery there. He didn't- I don't
And that was
like
that was
much.
soft off his
Master
hand.
of statistics. He may have won the longest one-day CBA
Ever.
Yeah,
ever. I think it was midnight when he walked out of that place.
Okay.
I mean, I was there. I made the
You're
cut.
telling me.
Yeah, well. So when Jason walked out of the place, it was 1 a.m.
Okay, here's what you need: a strike to shut the gal completely, or you get 9 and you watch your opponent tie you.
Here's what I do: I knuckleball it.
And you get 8, and then you let the other guy beat you.
Yep.
We'll find out what happens.
In
In the
the
pocket.
pocket. Yeah. It was in. Yeah.
He might have moved in a board or two. You don't know what
Or
his
missed in
thought
and it was
process
firm.
is.
I mean,
whatever
your
it is, but
adrenaline's up and you miss in a
Yeah.
little bit. And you film it a little
that's
bit.
impressive.
And
You
you
shut
just
the
get-
guy out when you need it.
Doesn't matter how.
No. Well, Davey can have 227.
He'll strike out
Yeah.
just
Oh,
to
of
show
course.
us. Or not. I was wrong.
That means William Jones is moving on to bowl. Is it Josh Kennedy? And where are they going to be? I don't know if I have the correct sheet down here.
I gotta look and see if you got
But
it.
they're
or
either
if I
going to
put it
be
away.
11 and 12 or 15 and 16.
It goes
I guess.
15, 16. And then it goes
Okay.
11, 12, and 13, 14. I remember it now.
We're on 11, 12 now?
No, 15, 16.
17, 18?
Nope, 15, 16.
1 and 2.
25, 26 is where I'm going right now.
34,
I'll be back.
25, 26. That's the bathroom.
See, that's how you do it. We'll get to the title match, put everybody on 1 and 2. We'll just sit here and
And
talk
then we'll
about
sit
it.
and talk. That's perfect. Congratulations, William Jones. He advances 228, 207
Sit here and
over
be like,
Dave
oh, we can see
Ullman.
him. We got a horrible angle at 1 and 2, but
Moving over to 15 and 16, Josh Kennedy coming in. Both players
should
will
have been
get
here.
2 shots each lane, and then Josh will get the choice starting the match first or finishing the match first.
Turn on 13. What is this?
15, 16.
15, 16. Did you send Jay home?
No, he's in off.
Well, it's time for him to go home.
Oh. You stay right there, Chad. You're fine. Chad's the only one in the bar. There's no way you could. There's no way. There's no way you could convince me that's actually what happens.
Broke even on the night. Oh, it's cold in here. Now that everybody left,
It's cold.
it's cold. We can turn that heat up. Yeah. I'll get on it.
Well, the guys are warming up over here on
We're gonna warm
15
up.
and 16. Yeah, it's getting a little bit chilly back here. Like Jason just mentioned, there's not, 50, 60 people in here. And we're chilled.
Yeah.
What about Will Matafee and Brady Stearns? They're bowling over there on, 21, 22. They haven't bowled for an hour and a half. Or haven't, for anything that mattered.
I bet they're really cold too.
Yeah, they both got long sleeves on. And, yeah. Well, you know what you do is you just go outside and you warm up.
For sure.
But like
And it's only 68 out.
Exactly. Yeah. Good point. We've talked about that before, though. It has to be cold in the bowling center for the bowlers. If the tournament directors and us are warm, it's wrong.
They're not comfy.
No.
We have this goofy web-driven thermostat system here, and I can set it to a temp, and it says like hold till 10:30 p.m. and 2 hours later it's back to the old set. So I walk down just past the pillars, lanes 1 through 8, and like I went through a vapor barrier of about 15 degrees.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I went online, and it had already reset itself like an hour later. So we really have to be diligent about keeping on checking the thermostats, because they will set themselves back to a higher set temperature, and we just can't seem to get the glitch out of
Wow,
there.
okay.
But anyways, I made sure that wasn't going to happen by about every
Just
hour.
turning it down and
Going in and making sure it was set back again.
well,
Because they need to be comfy in that.
it has to be cold
It
in
helps the
here.
approaches.
If I'm starting a bowling tournament at 9 in the morning and I don't have my long sleeve, jacket on, I'm too warm then. It's got to be that cold to start with, because it's going to warm up right away.
You bet.
And then after that first single pin miss, I'm really warm. So I got to make
Hot
sure
under the collar.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Oh!
All right. So we started the match. William Jones.
We're all square after one.
Well, Josh Kennedy had a choice of who's to start the match, so he evidently wanted William to start. And we both started with strikes, so we'll see what happens. And I was talking to Matt earlier about Josh, who always tries hard. He's always talking to himself. I can do this, I can do that, whatever. Former Rookie of the Year. I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before. Rookie of the
2
Year.
years ago.
2 years ago, I thought, yeah.
Yep.
And he's just a good young bowler who tries all the time.
And he bowls a lot of stuff. That's
he
great
does.
to see.
Yep. I was, he bowled his first CBA tournament on my pair. We were down in Farmington about, 5-6 years ago, whatever.
Sure.
He made the cut. And I remember talking to John Holmes, because he bowls out of Blanebrook. Or either Blanebrook or
I think it's Blanebrook.
yeah, not Bolero, or maybe Bolero Blaine.
Yeah.
One of those up there, whatever. But anyway, so Johnny knew him. And he's just learned a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he has, and again, he bowls.
Everything he can.
Yep. And that teaches you a lot.
You learn a lot just bowling, and all these different patterns, different conditions, what your ball does and what this ball does and what that ball does. And
Yep.
I talked earlier about I've changed the 14-pound stuff.
Yeah, you heard him say, "Oh God."
Yeah.
I chopped that 3 off.
And it's really weird. You know that right off your hand that you're not going to pick that up.
Now here's an observation, and whatever.
Here, I'll just
But
sit over
he
here.
throws plastic and changes his release.
Okay.
So he threw that with a plastic ball, but then threw it straight with the plastic
Instead of
ball,
the same
right?
release with a plastic
yeah,
ball.
yeah.
So I know what you're saying. You're going, if you're going to go to a plastic ball,
Don't change
your release.
If you change your release and you flatten out a plastic ball, it goes
Just might as well
much
stay with your
more
same-
straight, right?
Exactly.
And
yeah.
so
What's
Yeah.
just like a 3-6-10?
I see that a lot, and then I
Good point.
question
He
that
chopped something.
a lot. He 3-6-10, he
Yeah.
took the 3 off.
Here's what we're talking
where we
about,
got into
Matt.
this conversation. So
That's
he
what I
threw
kind
a
of assumed.
plastic ball, but changed release and
And
threw
went-
it straight, and then
So-
chopped that. So yeah, right. I mean, that's the my take on that is if I'm throwing plastic, I will
Throw it the same.
myself, and I'll try to teach everybody. You throw it
why
the
I
same.
throw plastic.
That's right. That's exactly why you're grabbing this ball to throw at that spare.
And William seems to be getting pretty comfortable on the lanes right
I
now.
think so. Yep.
This pair might be a little more friendly than the last pair we were on.
Maybe.
Maybe he's just gotten better from one pair to the other.
Well,
It's better for him.
Sure. Yeah, it matches up.
Yeah, matches up.
so William just has to tell her he's getting tired. A young guy like that is getting tired. What the hell would be like
Yeah,
us,
why the
know?
hell? Why did I even bowl? Why did I even bowl today?
I could throw 50-pound bags of salt for about 18 hours a day as hard as I could when I was your age. Come on.
Oh, shit, Jason.
Is there anybody that's not in the bet you win?
Ooh.
Ooh, good point on.
Because then that changes who I'm cheering for. I have
Nope.
to pick who I was cheering for. At this point,
Everybody's
but I'm
in.
just-
Everybody's in.
Don't say words.
Josh
like
would be the only one if anybody wasn't. Because Brady and Will are.
Oh yeah. Okay, fine.
Well, I'm cheering for
I just
Josh.
want one horse. All I need is one horse.
Exactly, yeah. Give me a chance. So I got to elaborate on what Williams said that he
feet
said he's getting tired.
I've been there.
Yeah, well, we all have. But I want to
At game 3 today, I was pretty
Exactly.
tired.
Elaborate on it a little bit that getting tired is one thing, but getting to the right speed tired is a better thing because you all of a sudden you're just like right in time because you're going the speed you should be going. You're not really throwing it too hard or too soft. You're throwing it at the right speed with the right timing, and that's maybe that getting tired, as he says he is, but maybe that just fits in with the right thing.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you clucking.
Yeah. You see,
They're all in, so you can cheer for any of them.
We don't cheer for anybody.
Let's go Southway Bowl.
Who the hell is the old guy here?
Brady?
Yeah, Brady's the old guy.
Brady's the old guy.
I had to freaking look. Who's the old guy
That's
here?
crazy.
Hey, I'm second in the
Oh, Josh.
Wow.
Brady had to come join the.
Brady is the old guy.
So he's 3, 6, 10 chop, and then he's 10 pin.
I have to ask, was there any 40-year-old plus or I know there's plus, but is there any 40 to 49-year-olds?
That were
on the
older,
top?
that are higher than you?
Yeah, I don't think
Probably
there were.
not.
Oh.
I bet not. You're leading your division.
Let's
I
discuss this.
strategically placed myself.
In the right age bracket.
We were-
And yet you want to be 50.
Only
50
for-
is
only
now
for
the
other
hardest
tournaments,
bracket. What Matt Payne is talking about is
Why
thi-
would you want to be 50 and start
Exactly.
competing against Chad and Lumpy
I already had
all
to
over
compete
again?
against them.
So we're
all
talking
over
about here.
again.
This is the first leg of the Locker Guy Bowler Decades, where we have the brackets of 29 and under, 30s, 40s, and 50 and over. And how you do against those bowlers in your age bracket, you get points based on it after 3 tournaments, which is this one here in September, then November and February. You get $300.
Yep.
So we're looking for somebody in their 40s.
Yeah.
How old is David Pacino?
He's 36.
Boom.
Okay.
No, 35. Same age as me.
There you go.
So then.
You started with a 3, it didn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
All these other guys, I'm looking at Eric Schott. How old is Eric Schott?
34.
So he's younger than you.
He's a young buck.
Will Clark, Zach Simino. How old is Zach?
Maybe 32.
I got that on the sheet back there,
Yeah,
whatever.
that was
But
like 33.
they won't Brady. Brent,
What's that?
you're leading the 41. Matt, you're higher. You're the Pat Hovda might be behind you.
About it, and I was like,
Why,
No,
he
he's
is-
only 30 something.
Oh, well, then doesn't matter.
Jeff Walther.
Yep,
next.
that is. He is 45, 4.
Okay,
5, 4?
I'm looking at who else? Doug Manhart then?
Yep.
Yeah, Dougie's.
Doug. Well, if you remember, Doug and I were
He hooked me up with the
splitting.
You
The,
know some? There might only be like 4 guys in their 40s.
what size is it?
not my fault.
No, it's not. But that, it's funny you mentioned that. Okay, the age of the bowlers who didn't come out of, say, juniors in college to bowl at CBA, and I got a cramp in my leg, I got to stand up.
and this thing is like so like this band.
I laugh because it's happened to me before,
Wow,
and
that'll just hurt. That is the age where there weren't a lot of people coming out to bowl at CBA.
in the 40s,
In the 30s and 40s, there are not a lot of bowlers. There's a lot of 50 and over that still
Sure.
bowl, and there's a lot of them right now that are coming back out that are
Yeah,
in
them
their
young
20s,
kids,
whatever.
man.
Yeah,
We gotta-
exactly. But that age that you are, there were not a lot of people coming out of juniors that are bowling CBA. That's why the CBA lost entries for quite a few years.
oh, I was gonna say Kish. Kish is my age. He may be a couple years older than I, but he's in the 40s too.
Okay, well he's bowled like 175
Yeah.
tournaments in
Yeah,
a row.
he's
Or, no,
Ironman,
200.
right?
I get you, he's got to be 200. I think it was. I got to figure this out exactly because I want to have that at the banquet. But I believe it was like 2002,
Is when
2,
he
3
started.
when he got out of juniors, like in
Yeah, that
August
would be
of
right.
whatever, and he bowled every one for 22
Singles events, right?
Every singles event, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Mike Wurz, who had the record of 125 consecutive tournaments, were singles events also.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I know Bach had a really long run too. and
Bach
he was
had a lot.
every-
Bach might have had higher than Mike Wurz. Mike Wurz set that standard to start with.
Yeah. Because I was gonna say, I know Bach had it, and the first tournament he missed, I think, is where it started with the. He just
Yeah.
at that point it was he didn't need to make them, but I do miss Bach. If whoever made Michelle's watching, whoever, I do miss Bach. Bach was fun to have around.
I was talking to Chad about it about that long ago. Like he's still bowling on a tournament team. Bach, he ever since COVID, he's working more and more nights and stuff, whatever.
He's making like $300,000 because he gets all the hours. He gets OT. It's good for him. I love it.
Good for him. Yes. I was speaking of tournaments bowled in a row, or being at tournaments in a row. I probably have the record of being at a tournament, whether I bowled
as the
or was
director?
there. Yeah. Well, because I bowled and then as a director, and then I bowled again, whatever.
Yeah.
So this tournament started in 1971. So I'm not sure between Clark.
I was going to say, is Clark the one that he's bowled at?
He's the one who's bowled the first and last.
Yep.
The only one ever. But he's quit for quite a while in there. So I don't know between Clark and myself who has been at more CBA tournaments. I don't really know. Yeah. It's hard to figure that out, whatever. But he's 3 years older than me. Maybe 3 years, I think. But he was way better than I was. And I was 20. I didn't know how to bowl. I didn't know how to bowl until I was 25 or 20. So you talk about not bowling until you were 30.
Yeah,
in the CBA,
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't really know how to bowl.
I didn't think I was
competitive
enough.
Well, that's what everybody thinks. And you know as well as anybody, you just get out here bowling, you're just as good as anybody else.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that are better. But if you bowl these all the time, you're going to do fine. Unless you just don't want to.
Right.
If you want to be a league bowler, you don't care about tournaments.
Right.
But I'd like to know sometime between Clark and myself who has been at more CBA tournaments. Because there's nobody, I'm sure between us two, we're far and away more than anybody else. Well, he's still a little bit more competitive than I am. He was always better than me, and he still is. And he's amazing. There's not going to be a lot of bowlers like him coming up. To want to do it at 71 years old. And then make the cut.
Yeah. Right. I mean, there are enough bowlers that are, and I shouldn't say enough, but there are plenty of bowlers that are 65 and plus that probably could be competitive.
I see them in the MSC all the time.
Right.
All the guys in the MSC, not all, a lot of the guys in the MSC, the ones who have bowled CBAs before and went to the MSC and just bowled the MSC and now they don't want to do this. My buddy Gary Green. He's as good as Todd's the boy. Exactly. Todd would bowl more if he lived down here, but he doesn't want to come down for this.
It's a trip.
Yeah. But Gary, he goes, well, I can't compete with those young kids.
Oh.
I get Green.
I heard Lanto say the same thing.
Yeah, he says it all. And so the thing about Lanto is he was so dominant when in that period of time when he was the best, and he doesn't think he has the game to compete at Fifth Arrow.
Oh.
He might
doesn't
not.
have to get there.
That's what I'm saying, Matt. He doesn't have to get there or whatever. So every once in a while, yes, or maybe not every once in a while. More often than not, yes. The last 2 or 3 games, you've got to get into there or whatever. But if you can make up enough get enough pin early, you don't need to do that at the end.
Right.
And you re-oil or something else or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
He's too good.
Sam can hit an ass out
I
there,
agree.
and I just don't.
I agree. Yeah.
I've watched him enough to.
So have I.
Right. Well, yeah.
I'm going to sign.
Front row seat.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to sign him and I up for doubles, the CBA doubles.
Yeah.
I haven't asked him yet if he's going to bowl. Well, that's what I think. Whether he will bowl or not.
He'll bowl. Just tell him to bowl.
Well, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Sam, you're bowling. What? Yes, you and I are bowling at doubles.
Yep.
We'll discuss it over some rum in Costa Rica. And then he'll go, yes, you did, Sam. Remember that night? No, I don't remember. Yeah, it's okay. You said it.
I recorded the whole thing.
And if Sam couldn't bowl, I was going to ask Gary, except for Gary's son, Jake, who happens to be watching right now, is getting married on...
Oh, that's... So
he's getting married on the CBA doubles weekend. Jake, come on, what's going on?
More planning.
Yeah.
And the reason I know that is because Steve Nava dumped Eric Schott
to go to the wedding. Did you say you could just go to the reception afterward?
Right.
It's in Stillwater. We're going to be halfway there at Mermaid. I think 11 and 12, and then 13 and 14 probably be championship. But don't
quote. Do not
I think
quote.
so.
Don't post. Don't.
I'm just talking on here. He's
Yeah, we're just the talking heads.
let's get back to this match that's going on.
It's
Oh, it's kind of over.
It's unfortunately Kennedy's run into some troubles.
And
those troubles is just not striking, honestly, because he couldn't have done anything. I mean, if he would have been striking, this would have been a close match. Those missed spares at this point don't really matter.
No, perfect example of William continuing to bowl while he's winning this.
Right. Yeah. And it's This is. You know, we talked about how the buys would be good, right? Or like, you know, you're shooting for the buys.
Yeah.
This is the one point of where it doesn't work well because you're not continuing to bowl on the pairs in which you're bowling. So Kennedy comes in, and you're right. He's been practicing down there for the last 45 minutes, hour, whatever it was. He was down there practicing, and you come down here and they're drastically different. And you're going, all right, well, what did I just practice on?
You just look at his face. He kind of maybe finally figured it out in the 10th frame, whatever, rather than the second frame.
Right. Yep. And it's tough. I mean, you want to be the guy on the perch, you know, number one, but it's. You know how many times I've heard Chad go, I want to be the guy in fifth because I want to either fourth or fifth because I want to march.
So Chuck Vassa, another one of my Laker teammates, for a while him and Sam they'd win every other tournament, and then whoever won bought dinner or whatever next guy. I mean that's how it kind of happened for those two guys. But Chuck led a lot of tournaments. On Sunday, this is back when we had a 10-game qualifying Saturday, 12 on Sunday. He'd make the cut as the only lefty, or two lefties, whatever. He'd make the cut, and then he'd lead on Sunday. And so he had 11 first place, and he had 11 seconds, or something like that. And his dad would say, "Well, you don't want to be leading. Why do you want to be leading? Because you don't win." He goes, "I'd rather take my chances with the one game, whatever."
To win it all,
because then you don't sit for the 4 game stuff, whatever.
Sure, and I'm sure Chad would rather be in the perch, but if he didn't know he could get there, he'd rather be the guy to walk it because you're constantly bowling. You get the feel, especially now that this has changed. The first tournament that I bowled and I won, we bowled everything on the same pair. We didn't jump from pair to pair.
Did we have TV?
No, we did not have TV.
Why did you do that on the same pair then?
I don't know, but we didn't. Oh no, I take that back. We went. It was 3 pairs in a row. So it was. So
that's what we would
11,
do.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
We always had a championship on the second and the end pair. Yeah.
There was the bouncing back. So it didn't happen. So
correct.
You knew what you were running into. All right, I'm getting this pair. I don't care what they do beforehand. This is what I get, and. It's different. It's different now because you're bouncing.
Correct.
And the title match is going to be on 13-14, which won't have bowled on for 3 games, right?
Correct. And
1 and 2. Yep.
The reason why we're doing because we have cameras now.
We have cameras.
And when we did quite a few TV things for what was called Northwest Community Television, which was at Earl Brown Village North when it was there. Both of those are gone now. Anything up in that area. So we'd have the top 5 stepladder, and they would televise it. So we'd have the championship, or we'd have the stepladder all in the same pair. Okay. And so then we'd bring somebody in. You could practice on say 13, 14, and then the incoming bowler would get practice on the pair, but the guy who he couldn't get any more on there, whatever. Yep. So we'd have it all in the same pair, all the TV lights and all. I got VHS tapes of this stuff, whatever. Okay, and eventually I'm going to get them all onto a DVD or on YouTube or something like that.
Electronic somewhere.
Well, I will somehow, whatever. When I totally retire, I'm not totally retired.
Which is funny because I talked to Lanto because he has VHS of you guys team at Nationals, and he was converting them from that to either to DVD or to
digital something, whatever.
He's got them all, and every team event that they did that on, he's got them.
I got 2 freaking bins of VHS tapes. Not just the USBC stuff, but all the Northwest Community Television CBA final stuff.
Sure. Do you have the team challenge stuff that you guys?
I got a couple of those, whatever. So
did you guys both Cedarville
back then?
Did you guys make the Cedarville?
Let's see, which one did we made 2 or 3 of them.
There's some shady stuff that happened back then. There's teams that would purposely
Let
miss.
me explain this to you, Matt.
I've
It happened
heard
against
some-
us. It absolutely
Where
happened
they lay
against
down
us.
so that they could
Yes.
bowl again the next.
Chris Barnes, Miko
Yeah.
Koigunemi, and who?
They're watching, so just make sure that you're
I know they're watching. Chad, what's his name? Chad Murphy.
Murphy. Yeah.
So they would.
Oh, he's definitely watching.
Yeah, the way that it worked back then, if you won a team challenge tournament in this region or whatever, you could not bowl again until you bowled the next one, and so these guys they bowled it for the brackets. There was tons of money to be won in brackets. So we're bowling Chris Barnes and Miko and all that for this championship, but I don't remember where it was. It might have been
For
Cedar
like
Vale.
the region.
For the Minnesota region here or whatever. Okay, we were bowling against them, and they had already lost like 2 or 3 on purpose to get to the bowl next one. And keep in mind, at that time, John East and Sam Lento were on Team USA stuff with Chris Barnes. And all of a sudden those guys are like Bob Goike, whoever was on that team with it.
Yeah.
And John says to Chris Barnes, "Oh, so now you got to win, whatever, Yeah, so that, but it was really cool. These guys were a team of international, or at least national, pro-type bowlers, and we are just a local team.
Right.
Even though we had a couple of Team USA guys, whatever.
At the time, maybe nobodies, but
Yeah,
they were.
right,
They
yeah,
were.
right.
They would turn into
But
not nobodies.
we were up there winning these. We had Jeff Lynn, being that we were second at Cedarville or wherever it was, Jeff Lynn actually paid us entry to go out to Earl Anthony's Dublin Bowl in California to bowl their World Team Challenge, and we were second or third out there. We had a great time. 7 of us went out there, we bowled, we
But
won
you
a lot
never
of
phoned
money.
it in at any point, right? You didn't try to lose at any point. Just
We did not. We wanted to win, Matt,
Right.
and we just
And
didn't
that's
do it.
how it should be.
But then we did win one, and then John also won the national one when he was on Team USA, and our team did win one. And Gary Green's team with Arnie Gertis, Gary Green, Dwayne Sandvik, Jack Nelson, and
the Jack Nelson from North Dakota.
yeah,
Nice.
and Brian Sloan.
Oh,
They won one. And that's so-
man, I wish.
That World Team Challenge was a great thing. So.
It sounds like it would have been a ball.
It was a lot of fun. And then way back with the Coors League.
Watching the videos of that and the patterns you guys pulled on, and where a guy would get in and he was in at 5th arrow, and the ball would get just past arrow and go that way.
Did I explain the whole chunk to you?
Yes, you
The
have.
whole chunk is seen.
It's unbelievable, and they're not even throwing high-end stuff that we're throwing.
No.
They have like a Crush R, or they're
They were
Seawolf, or
urethane.
or urethane, and it was crazy. I watched those videos and just I laugh because it's like, how did you even attack this? Like,
Well, I wasn't very good at it, obviously,
because
but
people went right to you guys, and it was the ball would literally never move, and you go in and
you had to play in, and obviously not my forte of what I had to do, whatever, but I was able to, at that time I was younger, I could throw the ball harder, I was able to get the ball like down the lane, so I didn't have to get that deep. I could throw it harder, straighter, and play for just the back end of the lane. Now I gotta play get away from the early hook and try to get the ball to turn the corner.
and hold down.
Yeah, exactly, and it's totally different.
Yep.
But still, it's 60 feet of lane and this. I don't know.
Oh yeah. It just looks like fun times. I wish
It was a blast.
there's part of me I wish I was
Older
around
for
those
that, yeah.
times. Yeah.
Well, I've told-
and even the CBAs. I've heard 100 stories about how Eau Claire had 2 shifts and there was 200 people and you still cut to 16. I'm like, God, that'd
Eau
be
Claire,
awesome.
for the first few years, we just took 12, but after we took 24 all the time in Eau Claire,
Sure.
we'd have 200 and some bowlers, and we had 2 shifts. So you come in at 8 o'clock and you bowl 5 games. B squad bowls at 10:30, 5 games. A squad comes back, bowls 5 games at 1, and then B squad comes back at like whatever time and bowls 5 more games, and then those 10 games, and then you come back to the top 24 bowl the next day.
Right.
Only 12 games. We had
Only 12 games.
Oh, only 12, yeah. We didn't bowl everybody. we had a really good program to be able to do that, whatever, and then a top 5 bowl step ladder. But it was really cool because you'd come back in after, A squad, whatever, and you'd watch, you'd be keeping score, and you write it down in your hand or whatever, and figure out who's doing what. Did it make the cut? Did it not make it? It was just a constant cool thing in the bowling center.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're here, and scores are up on the computer.
Right.
And, get
Everything's
them,
tabulated for
and
you.
if you don't get it done in like 10 seconds, people are wondering what's going on. And
Why is it taking so long?
you couldn't wait. You had no idea with 40 or 60, what was it, 60,
64 and a half.
64 and a half. What did they have there again now? They had, the half lane was the stub lane downstairs.
Stub lanes,
But
yep.
I can't remember.
And then you had what? First level on the sub level or behind?
It was like
or
around the
something?
corner.
Yeah.
So, see, what was it? Was it 60?
Well, they said 64 and a half, so obviously I think there's 64 lanes,
Yeah.
right? Or 63 lanes.
It was 64 and a half. Okay,
Yep.
so they had 48 and 26.
Yes.
And then they had the half lane. That's what it was.
And
So
you guys
bowled
only
it
took
up.
the 48,
Yeah,
right?
correct. And then towards the end, we actually they actually tore it down. We only had the 26.
Well, because they had a fire, right? Then they have
Yeah, we had a fire at one point, but then he still tore them down after the fire. That was different.
Sure.
But
okay.
so we had 48 lanes. That's what it was. We had 48 lanes, and yeah, it was just packed. It was like the greatest
yeah,
good old days stuff.
There are times I just, and everybody talks about all the CBAs, the 2-day CBAs. Oh, we always have almost close to 100 guys every
Oh,
2-day
we did.
CBA.
Yeah, we did. Took top 12. 12. Only 12.
Yeah, top 12.
Top 12. Paid 1 for 3. Take top 12.
Yep, and I miss those. And we've had glimpses. Honestly, just recently we have glimpses where we had 70 guys show up for bowling, or close to 70, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's great because. And Jason and I, on many trips to Waterloo or Dubuque or Minot, whatever, have talked about this where, you talk to certain people and, oh, well, the same people win every month. Every month, CBA, blah, blah. And he and I, well, if everybody bowled that said that, you wouldn't have the same guys that won it every single month because you'd have an added 30 guys in there bowling and all of a sudden Chad isn't up at the top, or maybe he'd still be up there, but he's not as high, and he's not getting, lumped into the top 5.
We had different eras of CBA where you had certain guys were dominant. They didn't win all the time, but they were dominant to be always up there. You had to beat them to win. Okay. When there was 100 bowlers, that guy did not make 10 finals a year. When there was 100 bowlers.
Right.
When you have 50 bowlers, that guy might make 10 finals a year, so you had to beat that guy. So it did get, I don't want to say easier because I don't want to take anything away from the people who won the tournaments, but you didn't have to bowl against as many people, whatever, and you were always up there, so it looked like that same people were winning, whatever.
Matt was right on. We would be driving for hours together, and we would talk about all kinds of nonsense.
Oh, yeah.
Like
we'd
now?
Also, but we'd also talk about some serious things, and one of them was, back in the day, numbers are numbers. You can't argue the math of it. If you have to bowl, and look, I've used Ben Lemieux as an example.
Ben Lamux?
For many years, and he is a very, very good friend, and I like him a lot. And he's a Minnesota Masters champion.
Right.
And he beat Lumpy to win that title.
So you beat the best.
He did. But
So the largest.
there were 107 entries that event.
That's a double bonus.
Yep. He was in deeper yet. And with that, it is a lot harder to beat 106 people than it is to beat 29 people.
Right.
35 people. And for years we had 30, 40.
Yeah, right.
And that was the best. And today was 47, a little disappointment. But we said this last month. We had 60 some last month, and we're really disappointed with 60.
Yeah.
We had 19 in Mankato.
Yeah.
Just like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, right?
Begging for 60. Yeah.
So we have come a long ways, and a lot of it has to do with the youth and the seniors. The seniors come out and show up, and I think a lot of it is the history. They are the CBA bowlers of the past.
We were just discussing that before you came back here. So, because Matt Payne, we're talking about, in case you guys don't know this, He's only 41 years old.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's only like 4 or 5 people in the 40s.
Yeah.
Okay, so he only has to beat 4 or 5.
Right.
There are only
No.
4 or 5. So
I'm old.
in the 50 and over, there's like 12 today.
Sure.
Because we
Yeah.
included Clark and myself in the, because we
Right.
are
In
over
the
50.
over.
But
In the
I'm sure
over.
if you looked in the 30 age, I bet it's pretty big.
Big, and the 29 and under is bigger.
Yeah.
So
There's
that
what it is,
era
yeah.
of people who did not bowl, the 30 to 40-year-old that you guys are now, didn't come out of college and keep bowling these CBA
Yeah.
tournaments. That's why it hurt for quite a while.
I kicked myself for not starting this sooner. I should have bowled sooner.
Good shot.
I just
Dave.
didn't. I just didn't think I had a talent to do it.
I kick you for not listening to me sooner as to how much money you should spend.
Well, yeah, yes.
Every month.
Yeah.
And where you put your money.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
you guys would talk all the time when we'd be traveling about, like, well, I don't put it in the optional qualifying.
Yeah.
I don't put it in the blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, well, it's a 1 for 3 in the optional qualifying. How many times do you make the cut? Well, I make the cut about 80% of the time. Well, then I'm going to
Yeah.
slap you along the cheek because you should be getting
Honestly,
the
the-
optional qualifying because you're going to add $50, $60, $70 to your check
What sold
every
us?
time you do.
What sold us, and this is a Chuck and I sold. was when-
Chucky Hazlett.
Yeah,
I missed
I
that
miss
guy.
him.
Right?
Yeah,
I miss
you
him.
more than me, yeah.
But we bowled the doubles, and we get done, and we were just out. I think we were like cash number or something. We didn't make the number to bowl the next day, but we got money
back.
somehow money back. And we went up and we were talking to you, and you go, "Did you guys get in the optional cash?" Or like, "Nah, we didn't." And you went, "Hold on a second." And you started looking through it, and you go, "You'd have been the last casher."
Yep.
I'm like, "What?"
Yep. Didn't make the cut, but you would have cashed.
You would have cashed. And Chuck and I looked at each other. What were we doing? I don't know. So we never, after that, never once not got into that. And I've tried to convince others. I have.
They don't listen sometimes.
Yeah.
You can't tell people how to make money. You can only tell people how to make money.
Right.
You can only give people the option
That's
to
it.
make money.
You can give them advice.
Yeah.
I mean, this sounds similar.
Read 'em
I
the
was
water.
I was telling Tom my first CBA title. I didn't get in the
Bet you win.
Of course.
I didn't, and I came back the next month. Had text, and I put in, and Bach behind me goes, "Oh, now you get in, huh?"
Right.
See?
Yeah.
Let me tell you a story about that. We just talked about our buddy Tim Mayer earlier,
Oh, yeah,
who
yeah.
owned Larson's Siding
Yeah.
and stuff, whatever. And so he won a tournament in Eau Claire one time, which was 200. At that time, it might have been
Yeah.
maybe 180. Small,
A lot of
yeah.
entries.
But so he wins the tournament, and I'm got this back when I used to go out and talk about a bunch of stuff out on the approach, or whatever. Yeah, and Tim did not get in the bet you'll win, so he didn't, so he carried over or whatever, So next month he got in, then he won. So he won back-to-back tournaments. So he won November and December of that
He got
year,
his double
and he got in.
money.
Yeah, exactly. He fished everybody
That's
in.
perfect.
Yeah, but it,
I didn't work that way.
it didn't,
Sure didn't work that way.
but
for
it could
me.
have.
I reeled you in. Back-to-back
Sure
money.
didn't.
It's
that's
kind of
smart.
funny.
I actually, here's some good news. I just drilled 2 balls for Tim's son, Drake,
Oh, okay.
which I've drilled for Drake for a while. The good news is Drake's in college now.
Here?
down the lane.
At U of M.
Oh, not St. Cloud here.
No, but
And?
U of M will have a collegiate team this year for the first time, and I don't know how many.
Really?
You bet. They have.
That's really
Since
cool.
Jeff Anderson?
It is.
It's
a
really cool,
club.
and why it's so
Yes.
ridiculous that it didn't happen.
Oh,
You were talking
are
about
you
the
kidding?
a big freaking
Yeah, that one's empty. Someone
a
drank
big
them.
city in a big area. They don't have.
You're a Big Ten school, and I get that. This is all different, Big Ten school's all different. It's not a. It's not an NCAA bid. This is a club sport. But it's so cool that we haven't had a team for so
Yep.
long, and they do.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And so when I got that message from him, I just felt like, what a cool thing.
Yuck. The pear is getting. The pears,
Torched.
all the pears are getting funky.
11 and 10. Or, I mean, it's,
Do you know
That
anybody?
sucks. I'm glad you don't have the championship match on it.
Do you know anybody that won a city or not city national championship that was on the U of M team back in like the 80s? Like Brad Subak and Dave Hoppenrath?
I was going to say Wardson, I thought might have, but
No.
he went somewhere. He went to
Did he?
Indiana
No,
or
no,
something.
no.
Did
Oh, he
Anderson-
went to the U.
Did Anderson bowl
Wardson
you?
went to Indiana to go to like post college stuff, whatever.
His time would have been in like late 80s, right? Early 90s.
My time. St. Cloud State bowled against the U of M, and so me, Craig Fleet, and Jason Reeder, who passed away some years ago from this area, we bowled against Anderson, Scott Bold, Aaron Hansen.
Oh.
Okay, so
How
before
did that
that,
team ever lose?
yeah, exactly. So before that, Brad Subak and Dave Hoppenrath won a national title both
That's
for the U of
cool.
M.
Yeah, that's
I
very
remember,
cool.
it was really weird. Before I knew those guys, I was watching on TV. Another guy named Bill Baguki, who you wouldn't know that name at all, whatever. I still remember he was like their anchor bowler. He had to do something, and a bigger thing to win. And I remember watching it, and I didn't know anything about it, but they won.
That's cool.
And then I got to bowl with both of them when I turned the team later on. Whatever.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And
Yeah, that was,
they don't have a team. That's what kind of sucks.
Well,
They
that's
didn't
why,
have a team for a while.
That's exactly why I made that mention. I when I got that email from Tim saying, "Hey, can you drill a couple balls for Drake?" Drake hadn't. I mean, when he got done with high school bowling, he didn't bowl, and so there's a little bit of the point of it, right? Like he went to a school, even though it is a big school, the U of M, and they didn't have
I know.
a bowling
Yeah, that's
team.
kind of strange.
It's
Right?
ridiculous.
And so he goes there and he has to quit bowling.
Right.
It was such a great message from Tim to go, guess what? The U has a bowling team again. Can
Has
you
a team.
please drill Drake these two balls and ship off to him because
Oh, okay.
he's got a bowl. Right?
Got
Like,
it.
we're bowling again. And so I just think it's awesome that there's
Okay.
collegiate bowling.
Now
at
that
the U of M.
now that you mentioned that,
Again.
so Scott Pohl, we all know Scott Pohl, the
Never heard of her.
bowler, yeah, CBA Hall of Famer, whatever.
For sure.
So he's a good coach. Him and I were talking not that long ago. There are like 8 colleges in Iowa that have bowling teams,
Yeah.
And
and there's like none in Minnesota.
Correct.
Or at
Other
least-
than Mankato State.
Yeah, or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, no.
So, but he said every small college or whatever has a bowling team. So if you want to go on a college team to bowl, you go to Iowa or
Yeah.
wherever like Mount Mercy and all that. Zach and
Iowa.
Okay, so
Illinois, Iowa.
okay, well that now that we're talking about this, why isn't there
Title IX.
not 10? I don't know. I'm just kidding, but
I'm not. And look, there are some out there that heard that comment that might have some
Yeah, it
feelings
is,
about it.
actually.
I don't mean it in any derogatory way. I'm just saying Title IX is the equality between women's athletics and men's athletics
Oh,
in basically like revenue producing sports.
yeah, okay.
Right. So at a collegiate level, if I have to offer programs that are going to offer the same opportunities for scholarships, men to women, there are less sports available to women typically. And
Right.
so a lot of times we can offer some scholarships to like the ladies on a certain level of collegiate, and then not necessarily on the men's on a certain level of collegiate. So Wichita State just went NCAA a couple days ago.
Which is different than
And I honestly
Okay.
don't even know
It
what
doesn't
the
matter.
other
It
lesser levels are.
I'm gonna tell
But
the cops on the walk.
It's a NCAA obviously is the highest level of
Right.
collegiate athletics, right?
Give them the old.
But they haven't been there yet, which means like we
Then throw it
haven't
at
been
'em.
at that level yet, right? So a lot of it has to do with like where are you coming in from and what level are you allowed in at?
And don't buy a recruit cheeseburgers. You get the big.
Yeah. How dare you?
But it was very cool to see like Wichita get the NCAA thing, like to be in the big the big picture and whatever, but a lot of it has to do with, like, we can offer scholarships non-state sponsored school. My understanding, not state sponsored schools can offer a lot more scholarship money. Private schools, a lot of times church schools can offer a lot more money than what a like state-backed school could ever offer for it. And a lot of times it had to do with equality of athletics. And so sometimes you
William
could,
Jones
like,
just took advantage.
like Nebraska could offer a scholarship to their
Oh, God.
ladies bowlers, but not
Get
their
loose.
men's.
Wow.
At times.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
It was
Got it.
available one way, not the other,
Okay.
and it had to do with a lot of like, how you balanced your sports out or
Thank you,
whatever.
sir.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Wow.
in depth and a lot
Yeah.
of red tape, obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
Pineapple,
Yeah.
huh?
Okay, so let's. I like the discussion about all this stuff because I don't know enough about the collegiate bowling.
It's
and,
confusing
yeah,
nowadays,
and
honestly.
I like the fact that there's be more collegiate bowling. I wish there was more in Minnesota. But let's get
wish
back
we
to this
could.
game here. William Jones just went up in the 8th and 9th frame and struck both times, put a lot of pressure back on.
For sure.
Actually took the lead against Will
Yep.
Matafee.
Yep.
So we got Will, who could have 223 striking out. He's going to need to have that, I believe, because 50, 80, 240. So he would actually force William to get the 9th pair strike to win by actually to tie. So
He needs to show up to force him to show up.
exactly. So Will. He's a mathematical guy. We talked about it earlier today. He knows the score. He knows what he needs.
Yeah.
He does take some time on the approach.
Yep.
What is it? I was like, what's
you
the
know,
easy IP? Oh, that's
he's
great.
looking down at his foot. He's not really looking. He's looking to where he's supposed to stand, but also, my God, he's not really totally thinking about it. He's putting the shot through his head.
Yeah,
in his mind.
Yeah,
That's just forward. Yeah,
for sure. I agree with that.
standing there and I'm doing this, but
It
I'm
doesn't take
focusing.
him 30 seconds to figure out where he puts his foot.
No, that's just part of his whole routine, going through his mind. Yeah,
Slow it down.
Yeah.
all that. No, for sure.
and so that shot he threw right
And it paid
there
off.
was absolutely perfect.
Flawless.
So he's going to make Williams show up in the 10th frame.
For sure.
Now, Williams won a CBA tournament. We talked about this. I'm not sure if you were in the booth at the time. Oh, yeah, you were.
Yep.
At Sunray
Yep.
when he used his
Purple Hammer.
Purple Hammer
Yep.
playing right off the gut or whatever. But now he's in like 5th arrow. So William is a really good bowler. He can play all across the lane.
Yep. Collegiate bowler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. And Will
Sees a lot
is
of
going
patterns.
to. Will's
Yeah,
going
yeah, good shot.
And what I like about Will right there, he does get excited, but
Didn't over.
But that didn't mean anything, okay? Because we talked about this earlier. If he would have got really excited there, this next shot he's going to get 6.
Yeah.
He needs to get a strike to
Yep.
get as many pins as possible, because to force William to
Yeah. And let's be honest, that shot didn't
mean anything.
it meant something, but
Not really. If he doesn't get it.
only if he did. Right.
Yeah, right.
Yes. So
Now this one,
I'd celebrate maybe a little
because that would put the pressure on you,
Yeah.
and you want to slap it off in the guy's face. In a way,
when it matters.
when
in
it
the right
matters,
time,
you know.
Of course.
Oh, he lofted that thing.
Oh boy.
And he
He did-
worked it off.
Well, and then he actually.
He didn't say a thing. I'm surprised. He didn't want to.
I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jason. I'm pleasantly surprised.
What a little bit of growth.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean that's a. I just put it back on him, and I didn't have to celebrate. That's really good.
I think that was really, really good.
Really good. Yeah.
Because here's what I think about it. If he would have jumped, you got
You still could lose.
Yeah, because he would have made him focus more. So this has to be a strike to win. Absolutely has to be. And it was.
It was.
So you know what's really cool about this? We got these 20-year-old guys, under 30s or whatever, fighting it out, throwing strikes at 5th arrow and whatever. This reminds me of, well, every CBA when in the 60s and 70s or 70s and 80s, whatever. They're all 20-year-old guys doing that.
Yeah, right.
That was pretty good. That was really good.
It was a really good exchange.
Yeah. So that to me, that's
he starts commenting on.
He didn't need it, whatever. And he kind of fell off of it. But that's the admiration between the two.
Yep, for sure.
They both respect each other's game. And another way back, not even really that far back, but somebody said, "Well, you don't have any hand. You can't do that. You don't hook this. You don't hook that." So that if you didn't hook the ball enough, you were thought of as a lesser player.
And then Walter Ray showed up
And just beat everybody or
and
whatever.
beat everybody going straight.
Back
It
up,
could
kind
be.
of. Whatever. Yeah, I
Right.
know. Yeah.
I mean, I agree with what you said. There's always been but that's been like I have a bigger truck than you do. Right. And I mean, it's that mentality that has come about.
It's really not there anymore.
It does not matter. If you can find a way to strike, you win, and
Doesn't matter
then
how.
it doesn't matter. So, yeah.
Now, if you cross over and do
No.
something with that, but I don't care if you play second arrow, fifth arrow, eighth, seventh arrow, whatever. If you get the ball down lane and strike,
Yeah.
you've done your job.
My only caveat to that
There's a
is
snap there, but
two-handers, youth,
it really does.
athleticism,
Is
flexibility
yes.
today is hard when you're old and you have a lot of knowledge and you might roll the ball even really well or whatever. It's hard to compete against. And that's an age-old tale.
Well, you're 40 years difference
it's
in age. You're not going to
correct.
beat younger people.
That's something that's been going on since the beginning of time.
Right.
But that's the only thing I see today is I think there were times over our sport where power didn't necessarily equate to victory.
Yes, correct.
But
now,
today,
yes.
it definitely adds to it.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah. So, speaking of
I
that,
can overpower a lane today. You could have back in the day, but then sometimes it was. I mean, if you look at like let's take a Rudy Revs, right? Like back in the day, one of the more like really muscly releases you'd ever see with one of the highest. Yeah.
Right. And once I looked at the definition, I thought, oh, maybe
With one of the highest rev rates like ever seen.
ever.
Right?
Yeah, right.
But then that would bring about, I don't know where it's going all the time.
But it
Because I
didn't
don't
matter.
know how to control it where it did.
Right.
If you were on the right pattern.
He didn't have much success when he went out on tour. He did a lot of great stuff as an amateur. He went
Right.
out on tour. He had no success at all.
But then you don't, when they get tighter, you don't know what it's going to do. And it overreacts, it underreacts, right?
Everything was different back then.
So then all of a sudden reeling in
It's a different era,
controllable
different era
reaction.
of bowlers, whatever. And he was one of the first guys who ever put that much on a
just
bowling ball, whatever. So-
ripped on
And then
it.
he had Buddy DeLuca,
Yeah.
who was a decent bowler, and then he freaking won to Peterson twice. And he was just a garbage type bowler, as you would call it. Dry lanes, beat up lanes, whatever. And he would just like figure out a way to throw the ball in the pocket and strike.
Must be garbage to win the Peterson twice.
Yeah,
Must
well,
be terrible.
he won.
Right?
He's won a lot of money.
There you
but,
go.
But he learned how to bowl on that, not on a wide open thing or whatever. So.
Tough. Tough is tough.
Yeah. So let's get back to this now. We've got a championship match here. We got Brady Stearns, who has been the leading qualifier. He led everything all day today, whatever.
Yep.
And he's been sitting around for like an hour and a half, whatever,
Yep.
practicing throwing. So against William Jones, who an up-and-coming bowler. They're like 9 years age apart or whatever. But
Probably
Brady,
about, yeah.
but Brady
Yep.
seems to be the veteran of 40 years over William. Okay.
It is funny because, we said he's the
Yeah,
oldest one in
I
the
know.
step ladder.
So the advantage
That's crazy.
would be to Brady.
In the step ladder, he was the second oldest in the step ladder.
Who else was in? Who did I miss?
Before you got there.
Well, at the start of the step
At the start of it.
Oh, yeah.
Good choice. Oh. So Brady has a choice of who's going to start the match. He's going to have William start the match. And we just talked about this a little bit before. Of all people, Jason Belmonte, the best bowler in the world, has been for a while. He always said that if you get up in 10th and need a strike, your opponent makes you you throw the ball differently. And if a guy, if the best bowler in the world says that, then you know that goes through everybody else's mind. So, the William right now looks very, very comfortable.
Yeah, he does.
Yes,
he does.
Struck out there in the 10th frame, whatever.
Good tournament. Thanks for bowling.
Take care,
As
William.
always.
So
I don't know what's wrong with Belmo because I'd love to step up in the end and just kick it back at him.
yeah.
No,
Well,
that's
people are
for
catching
sure.
up to him. He's 40 now instead of 25,
Right.
whatever. So, but
No, it is a very true story. It's you will definitely tense up. You will feel it differently and throw it differently. Maybe for some people that's good, but for the most part, obviously, I think he knows what's going on. He's studied it a bunch.
yeah, he's going to
Right.
throw it differently. You might throw it better, but it's just different when you have to have the strike compared to
For sure.
shut the other guy out, whatever. So, okay, I'm thinking right here. 9 years. I think he's 21. 22,
Oh,
say.
yeah.
He's
Okay.
30.
Sure.
8, 9 years ago. So, he seems pretty loose and comfortable. William, I'm talking about William Jones.
Yeah.
Really loose and comfortable, whatever. And
We
he's
see him
lined up,
talking with a
whatever.
buddy back here.
Yeah,
He's
and,
cool, calm,
Brady
collected.
hasn't bowled, and he is the veteran. You got to beat him. You got to go through him to win the tournament, whatever. And talked about it earlier. William missed like what I saw 6 or 7, 5 or 6, whatever single pins that he missed.
Yeah.
He should have been leading qualifier possibly if he
Right.
had like picked all
You
those
got
up,
it.
whatever. So then Brady just goes 4 pin spare strike, slapped it off. Oh, maybe not. Doesn't get excited at all.
Didn't care.
Either. Doesn't care.
Well, I shouldn't say didn't care, but
He cares, but
that's part of business. I'm doing business.
yeah.
And you know what? That honestly, I've never said it that way before, but that truly is kind of the deal. Those that you see keep emotions in check, I believe, are going about work, business.
Correct.
And then those that sometimes have the emotions take over, especially at the inopportune times, let's say, right? Not the controlled times,
Right.
not the right times, the total emotional reaction times. Those are the ones that aren't necessarily going about work. They're kind of along for the ride, and they've gotten to a point that maybe is beyond even where they've been before, and they're enjoying the ride, which isn't a bad thing.
Right.
But I think a lot of people that you don't see react, it's because they're going through processes and work.
I'm going
You know
to
what
my
I mean?
next thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I move on.
I might need to move
Next
a half
shot.
a board. I might do something else. Whatever. And
I'm
William-
analyzing and moving to the
Yeah.
next shot. That's
So
a great shot.
Both of them seem to
Phenomenal.
be doing that right now.
You bet.
They're,
You bet.
They're just going through, saying, "Okay, keep throwing the good
Next shot.
shots, whatever." Not getting excited. Not getting
Have I won yet?
third frame. No, not at all.
I better go on to my next shot.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And both of them, especially William, knows that he's got to beat the best. So I don't care if I got a turkey. If I miss,
At best, I've got a 10-pin lead.
yeah, exactly.
At
Right.
best.
At best, yeah.
I got to keep going.
Yeah.
Of course.
right,
You got to
yeah.
assume the best of the best is going to strike. I mean, this is going back to Nelson Burton. I mean, we do a lot of talk about Nelson Burton and Chris Schenkel. But
They were the best announcers.
of course, ever. But Nelson Burton would always go, you have to assume your opponent is going to strike. When you're doing the math, you're doing the math based on your opponent is going to throw 2. So what I have to do is to combat his 2 strikes. If I have a 40-pin lead, I at least have to strike spare. I got to keep up with his 40.
So Brady's going to strike here, and he's going to say, like, hey, once my opponent misses, I got him.
I'm ahead.
Yeah.
I'm ahead.
So
Exactly.
And it's just so so Davey Ullman is standing behind us here in the booth, and he gets to watch. Well, just like you, get to watch
Yeah.
Brady Bowl all the time.
It's a pleasure.
It's just so under control, soft, off his hand, with a fair amount of revs. I don't know the rev rate, whatever, but it's obviously more than mine. That's it. Whatever.
He's between 13 and 20.
Yeah. And it's just a fair amount, and it just goes
All right,
down the
5,
lane
14
and it
and a
hooks it and just
the
a solid
heads.
strike. So, and he comes back and he goes, okay, I got that one. Well, off my hand, I knew I had it, but it's only the fourth frame.
Yep. Good shot.
Okay. So
Great
what
shot.
I see now, I see William getting a little bit more excited. So he got a little excited on that shot.
10 scene up.
This is going to be light. This is my
10
guess.
scene up.
Yeah, I guess this is going to be light because he threw that one and he thought he snapped it off, kind of whatever. He's going to leave a 2 or a light 8 or something like that. He'll be jacked up a little bit, or dead 10, something that's going to be
Something that's
because
too
he's not
firm
as
to get
soft
it
off his hand. I could be wrong, but this is just my observation.
He did tense up after that last shot.
Yeah,
He had a little emotion.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah.
So that was like fifth arrow. That was totally wrong. Whatever I said, don't ever take anything what I say. And
It's the fourth time you were wrong today.
Exactly.
I thought it was a little left. But
yeah.
Right, and it was right.
Yeah. So. And that's why I'm back here talking about stuff and
yeah.
Darren Hansen, you're right. It is definitely okay to get excited at the right time. Nobody's getting excited yet. I'm the only guy getting excited right now. Bowlers aren't at all.
That's exciting. All right. Well, my wife begs to differ.
Nah, I'm okay.
She wants you to get excited, Matt. Come on, Matt, get excited, will you?
I am.
So that's Brady getting excited. He gave it a fist pump. That's about the most
Wasn't
you'll
even
see.
really a pump. It was
It was
kinda-
just like, yeah, whatever. Or
Like,
something.
oh, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
I better do something.
Yeah, because I threw it really good. I better do something.
All that was carry.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
No,
100%.
I like Matt's thing. I better do something because that was really good, so people are expecting me to do something.
Right.
That was, all that was reaction was carry.
Yeah.
Get that 10 out.
Darren, you're right. There was no excitement at the Twins game because I wasn't there. I had to bowl a CBA tournament today. If Jason would never have CBA tournaments on the days of Twins games at home, that'd be better for me.
If you could look in the schedule.
I'll see what
There's
I can
only
do.
like 5 schedules you can.
Oh, no trip 4 there. He's not living right.
There's only like 8 schedules you need to look into. The
Yeah.
Vikings.
Yeah.
The
No, we don't care about the Vikings.
You don't, but we.
I said we.
Well, all right.
Vikings,
The Rocks.
Twins, the
Oh, the
Rocks.
Rock- oh,
the
yeah.
Rocks are important.
Rocks. MJBT. The
Do you bowl?
Do You Bowl.
Greater
the
Iowa.
Greater Iowa.
MSC.
Yeah, Darren Pablo was definitely
I
dealing.
only got to 7.
I really believe, and I've said this all along,
We did it.
we got rid of Arise, who
Oh, yeah.
is a detriment to the Twins, and we got one of the best
Sweeper
pitchers
tour,
in baseball
he just said.
for a guy who's
Brunswick sweeper.
just
Yeah,
so-so.
Yeah.
Yep,
Schleicher, yeah, if you could call
and
him.
then Hatton's tournaments too.
Well, we had that Do You Bowl.
No,
Oh,
that's what
that's
I
right.
do.
That's what I do. Boom.
Do you bowl is Fitzgerald and them. Yeah. And look, that
All right,
If
so
you-
all I
if
see
you heard
right
me
here
say
now is
that,
if William Jones
not
keeps
picking on
striking,
any of
he
them.
can't lose.
it's just there's a lot of events out there. There's a lot of tournament organizations, a lot of events.
And we were
You
talking
bet.
about this earlier. That's what Tony ran into when it came to the trio.
Not sure if he threw that one a little bit harder or not, but it was a little bit light. Didn't quite carry the 7.
Masters, the senior Masters.
The only thing I can say is we were booked.
Yep.
I know he's been booked there for some years. September's full.
Yeah.
You've got a Greater Iowa,
Yeah.
and
Which, by the way,
you've got a
literally
CBA.
fills before
Correct.
you can actually send an email
got
to
it.
Joe.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works because I can't. I've had
So-
5 people go, "Hey, are you booked?" I can't. I literally. I can't even.
Quadruple crown.
Hey, Darren, you're right.
couldn't even get the email
Wallner
off,
is
and I was
struggling
already
right
shut
now. Wallner would be good if he's not going to go back to St. Paul or not, whatever, but they don't need to play him all the time. They might need to sit him on the bench and take some extra practice or something.
You
But
take your lumps.
we need him for the
unfortunate, but it
playoffs.
is.
He needs to get better. We're talking baseball, by the way.
Oh, let's talk baseball.
You guys, get back in there.
Oh, we'll get back to you on
We could talk bowling because now we have a 10-pin match.
Oh, we get back to the bowling now.
10-pin
What about them sumo wrestlers?
match, and any miss at this point
Turns it around to the other guy
from
at
either
advantage.
player turns it around to the other guy.
Oh, yeah.
Not at all.
But
This
the-
is every miss counts
I can
now.
run faster
Not every
than they
strike, every miss counts now. That counts.
It counts, exactly. So he, now, okay, so I'm not sure if this left lane is hooked a little bit more or not, but he left the 4-pin and Brady left the 4-pin on this left lane.
Yep.
Could be hooking earlier. Usually the left lane
Used
will,
to be weight.
maybe not all
Many
day
times.
long, but
You
when you
bet.
get it this deep, it's going to because you get deeper on the left than you do on the right.
I'm getting there.
And it just
Putting it back.
starts up, just enough sooner to leave the 4-pin, whatever. So the good thing is it's only a 4-pin. It's not like a 4-6.
Why I didn't
Easy
get rid of
spare.
my
Yeah, well, should be.
See, I did. That's the problem. I said I ain't getting fat again. I'm glad myself.
You're right, Darren. No excitement on this match. But we are in the 7th frame right now. There's going to be excitement pretty soon. As soon as Brady runs one out here and slaps it off. Oh, no, he's not going to do that. But
I think I changed them below, but I probably didn't up above.
so, Darren, when are you going to bowl us MSC next time? You bowl one MSC and then you quit.
He should bowl a CBA. He could get in the Hall of Fame if he were to bowl a couple more.
Darren Hansen could make the Hall of Fame if he
what
bowls
I'm
some more
saying.
tournaments, but he chooses not to.
I'm saying without saying.
Yeah. That was a pretty good strike by
That was a
Brady
really good
right
shot.
there. So.
I don't know that I could have thrown that same shot. Well, I know I couldn't.
Well, I
because I'm not
didn't.
there.
Well, first of all, I didn't. So what do we got going on here? We got Brady served the 149 in the
down
6th
9
with a strikeout in the 7th, and William Jones
Strike gets him a
158 in the 6th. So if Brady Stearns was a strikeout, he'd win the
Medford
tournament.
Math just informed us.
Medford. Oh.
Medford Math.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. Otana Math.
Is that any
He lives
be-
in Medford now.
is that any
Let's just
di-
call it Medford Math.
is that any different?
No, it's not. Same thing. Just a little
How many
hair
miles
different.
apart?
8.
Oh, that wasn't good right there. Oh, I was wrong. It's phenomenal.
was
Phenomenal is better than good.
Carry. He did one of these. It's carry. Just carry.
You know,
Start the lawnmower for me.
yeah.
It's
I'm
carry
more,
for
I'm,
him.
I'm more amazed just watching the going through the motions of so Brady just gets up there, takes his 5 steps, throws the ball or whatever, lets it go off his hand easily, and sits back down. What's so tough about that? Do it all the time. He's making it look like it's simple.
You and I have emotions.
Oh,
He doesn't have them. You and I would.
but he didn't have any though. Oh, there, that's it.
That one went
It's over.
further.
It's over.
It's over.
Oh, Davey knows this whole story about it's over. I'm not going to say it on live stream, but there's a story about it's over.
All it takes is a whole chunk.
Yeah, but this is a better story. It's over on a Wednesday or Thursday night spring league, a trio classic league.
No, who said this?
I'll tell you. I got to tell you this afterward. I can't tell it on. I can't tell you it on
We don't
air.
want it recorded.
No, we can't. So that after that happened to one year, our team won. The next year, Davey called his team "It's Over." That was the name of the team. But I'll tell you the story after we're off
All
air.
right. I've waited. I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for this story.
I can't say it on.
Oh God. Don't get old, Tom.
Don't get old. I'm past that.
All right, fine. Get old. Don't go backwards.
My thought is, here's my thought. How old do you think you'd be if you didn't know how old you were? If you didn't know how old you were.
Oh God.
22.
I was gonna say I was probably in my 25, 26, 7.
And then I realized I said it wrong because Satchel Paige. Satchel Paige said it. He said, "How old do you think you'd be if you didn't know how old you was?" That's how I said it wrong.
All right, Satchel.
Because he was like 70 or 60, whatever he was, when he's pitching for the Cleveland Indians in 48 or something like that, whatever.
Was that who died in the plane crash? Was it Satchel Paige?
Plane crash? No, that was the Big Bopper. We're talking music.
Maybe I am.
Yeah.
Maybe
God, he throws a good
How
shot.
good is that kid?
Let me
he's
tell
not a
you.
kid anymore. He's 30.
Oh,
Well, okay, good point. I got a daughter that's 15 years older than him.
just show the ball that good.
You know, maybe. Just not in the same area all the time.
Sure.
Let me tell you about my daughter
Same.
Carly. Let me tell you about my daughter Carly, who is a bowler. Her backswing is like way up here.
She watched me bowl.
Yeah, spun the ball, threw it really hard. The only problem is she had no idea where it was going.
Same. I was saying same.
talking about, man.
I guess I am, whatever. But
Blindfold bowling, that's me.
the first time Darren Hansen, who's watching us here, whatever, the first time he watched my daughter bowl, he goes, "Where the hell did you teach her how to bowl?" Like I didn't teach her anything.
One of these days, he's going to throw a bad shot. I guarantee you I'm going to watch it.
Maybe.
It's going to happen.
William, I don't know what to tell you, William, but you ran into a buzzsaw.
I ran into Brady, so I did.
It's not over yet.
No.
This has to be 9 spare. In my math.
9 spare.
Edison math.
50 years.
Hey, I
50
played
years.
against Edison. I played against Edison. I know them.
They actually have a football team?
Baseball.
I mean, a baseball team?
Oh, yeah.
We did way back when I played 50 years ago.
Yeah.
They have
I've hit 2 home runs. They were both against Edison pitchers.
Really?
Yep. Against one of the one I hit, he thought he could throw a knuckleball. It didn't work.
It knuckled out over the fence?
Yeah.
It knuckled over the fence after he hit it.
Nope. More movement than his
The
curveball.
only time it knuckled is after it was going over the fence.
All right, so here's what got ready. All Brady Stearns needs to do is pick up this thing and pick up this 4-pin and shut out William Jones.
Shut the door.
And, he's going to do it because he's not going to give William a chance. Why give him a chance? No. Why tie? And have to have a 2-frame roll-off. Whatever. So he goes, "Yep, I did it." This match was very, very impressive compared to all the other matches we saw in this whole step ladder.
where is
These
everybody?
guys made this look like it was a house shot. I watched you guys' match. This was way better than anyone I've seen.
Take your single pin.
Dave had to back up because I
What? Not even on your spare table.
So I've lost track of how many CBA titles Brady has had. I think he's like 11 now. I'm not really sure.
I was going to say 11 or 12.
Yeah.
It could be 12.
Could
Not
be.
Sure. Also, at the end of it all right there, what I like,
Then it went to the step ladder.
Brady's sitting on this chair, our table. We can all see right here.
Yeah.
It's all done. He came back. He sits down. Willing gets up on the approach. So it's after everything is done, and he gives up.
Yeah. Then he gets excited.
Then
I did it.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over, and it's not in the opponent's face.
No,
it's not anything.
no,
It's a I did it when it's all said and
Yeah.
done, and nobody even sees me. I love that.
Oh,
Great
Jason,
job, Brady.
I'm totally with you. So he reminds me of like Sam and John,
Yeah.
who they're like love to win, but they're what's the word? I can't think of the word I'm trying to think about. Whatever, but they win and I want to shove it in somebody else's face.
Yeah.
I'm lucky to be here. I won.
Appreciative.
Appreciative. Yeah, there you go. I'm appreciative. Whatever.
Yeah.
So.
Like again, it's very cool to see somebody celebrate their success, and yet in a way that never
is in somebody else's face. Very cool.
So he is the
fantastic.
guy
Yep.
that you have to beat to win a CBA tournament.
yeah,
and
no doubt.
we've gone through a lot of different people like that. Way back with the Lindquist, Blad, you know, and Bob Hansen and Carl, and then it was Sam and John
Chad.
and Chuck and Chad and Bach and Lumpy, and now it's Brady and stuff, whatever. And William, to get this close, shooting 235 in a championship match, he would win like most of the time with that.
85%.
You bowled against a guy who was just that good.
Yeah, not good today. You got it. We've come a long way. It's good stuff. We're coming back the right way.
Michael, he's right. Humble is what Brady
Oh,
was.
for
He
sure.
was humble on it. Yes. I totally agree. I couldn't think of the word, whatever. And he just went, okay, I won again. And here's another thing I want to say. This is the house that Brady Stearns' dad built.
He had
Like
900 on 15
whatever,
and 16.
19
76, his dad built this place.
What year was that? When
76.
He built? Okay.
No. It's that's a cool historic bit.
To me, it's 30, 40 years from now, whatever, and Brady won another tournament at this Southway Bowl. You're the proprietor, owner here, and it's going to be, you're just going to talk about this stuff forever and ever. You're going to go back and remember this stuff, and he's going to remember that.
That's cool.
I think it's really, really cool.
Cool history.
And so, to me, that gives him an extra adrenaline thing to want to win.
And a couple locker guys.
Yeah,
doing
exactly.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I love that more than ever. So anyway, so this was the first leg of the Locker Guy Bowler of the Decades.
Yes.
I don't know why. Never mind. And our next tournament is doubles coming up next month.
October. Yep.
22nd, 23rd.
Or 3rd, 4th. Either,
Whatever,
Saturday,
somewhere in
Sunday.
there. But the CBA MJBT doubles is October 8th.
Yep.
We talked about that. We need more bowlers.
And sponsors,
Yeah,
please.
sponsor. I will sponsor
shops,
something. I will be out of
proprietors.
town. I'll be in Costa Rica.
Okay.
I can't bowl it,
I
whatever.
knew that.
But I will sponsor. I'll give Darren some money for that to help sponsor that, whatever.
Yep. Yeah.
Then we got the
Pro
doubles.
shops, any balls, bags, anything. That's awesome. Anything you can donate. Obviously, we love to give a lot of door prizes to that tournament.
Correct. It's a really good thing, whatever.
Yep.
And then the next tournament after the doubles is the November second leg of the Locker Guy Bowler Decades tournament.
That's right.
All right,
So,
great tournament again, Jason.
Awesome, thanks.
Great, everything ran well today. Southway Bowl is good.
Thank you. It was a good day.
The only thing is I didn't bowl very well.
That's not your fault.
Well, it was, but we're not going to say that.
We won't say it now.
All right.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next month.
See you.